spider pot.
We'll start with a quick recap, even though most of you guys know what happened. So, last time, I believe that was episode 11. Princes of the Apocalypse. You guys started out outside Red Larch. Flick and Kendra, you found and dispatched 2 zombie roamers. After which you did so, you heard a maniacal cackling laughter as a laughing black skull flew almost through you and then dissipated. And the 2 of you assumed that this meant the curse of the Black Arrow had finally spent and that you were no longer in danger of drawing possible hordes of zombies upon those around you. So you went ahead and headed into Red Larch. Meanwhile, Rowan took a moment to visit Sora at the All Face Chapel and kind of went over, discussed recent events um, and difficulties of being the frontline protector of the party. Liam was tossing, or she met up with Liam then, who proceeded to toss healing potions to the rest of the party as they rejoined. And the party decided to question several towns members, town folks, to try and figure out what was going on with the disappearances of Corbett, the traveling bard, and also Constable Harbuck, which they discovered were also missing. They also investigated Corbett's room, but found surprisingly little. But another visit to the local tavern afforded some leads where Liam learned from the cellarer that the bard left with 4 or 5 armored individuals that bore a certain symbol upon their chest pieces. Liam then informs the rest of the party of this, and Kendra is the one that actually recollects the symbol to be the same one she saw in her vision outside of Riverguard Keep. So, with that, the party decided to head back to Riverguard Keep. And they split up in an attempt to sneak their way in, but a failed attempt to deceive the gatekeeper actually led to an all out battle from 2 ends of the keep. Kendra and Liam managed to survive the murder hole as Rowan and Flick arrived to assist in gaining them access through the main gate. Finally rejoined, the party fends off a few waves of keep guards with some close calls, which actually brings us back to where we left off. The party stands together at the main gate of the keep. Bodies of guards are strewn about. Panting and spent, the party faces the path ahead as the alarm bell continues to ring off in the distance. And I will throw you guys back onto the map here. So that you can see where we are.
Oh, there's so many dead people.
So many.
19.
There's so much death.
Okay. Yep, which you guys already got all your experience last session. And yeah, it's starting to get towards late day. What do you guys want to do? The alarm bell's ringing in the distance, and you guys are standing here panting, staring at each other over bodies.
I would like to leave. Come back. Regroup.
I feel like we have to commit at this point.
Oh
We
no.
can fortify their defenses and just make it harder down the line.
I feel this went rather well. We should press our advantage.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Ken. I'm kind of in the same.
What's up?
I said, I'm sorry, Kendra. I'm kind of in the same boat.
Okay.
In fact, I heard something from the river.
Okay, fine. Then just give me a moment. I'm going to patch myself up real quick with my healer's kit.
So speaking
no,
of boats, if we could make our way down there, that might prove an easier escape. At least a more defensible one if we can steal one of their ships.
Flick, are you still up on the wall, or are you coming down to talk to him?
Sitting on the edge of the wall to talk. This is until we decide where we're going, this is a good position.
Okay.
I healed just enough to get back to full.
I have access to a lot of important things right where I am.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. So you
Are there
guys...
any other, like, doors nearby us?
I believe that's a stable.
straight ahead?
Anywhere. I guess I'm just looking for the potential for being what do you call it? Being ambushed by exits as we move around, or entrances as we move around.
Yeah, I mean, so straight ahead, so from where you are, Liam, straight ahead you see a set of doors right there. And there are some doors to the south side of that same building as well. There's obviously the gates where you guys were at previously, and then the door to one of the parapets.
Is the door that I'm next to, does it open inwards or outwards?
Outwards.
Hmm. And is the handle like a bar type, or what's the inside handle look like? Is it like a bar that you could stick something through?
They have metal bars that can fall down. Otherwise, it's just a pull handle.
Oh, I was going to go inside, latch the door shut so it can't be accessed from the side Flick is currently on, and come back out through the tower.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so if you pulled the door open with just the regular handle, you can drop the metal bar into the lock place.
Locking the door, leaving the gate completely open, and we're just going to go back through and down and out.
You have to step over multiple bodies as you do so.
I mean, already stepped over them once.
All right. So you rejoin the rest of the group.
How many bodies are around us again?
Well, right
Inside
where
or outside?
you're at.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6.
Perfect. Do they all have cloaks?
Not really.
Damn. Never mind.
What armor are they wearing?
It's mostly leather.
Liam, I'd like you to do something for me. This could be considered desecrating a body, but I am in need of protection. And they have armor. And I do not.
You're really going to spend time taking that off of them and putting it on?
Well, considering I'm quite weak compared to all of you without my spells, and a gentle breeze could knock me over. Yes.
Fair enough. Do any of them have a shield? Maybe the big gate guard?
No, but the two down here do.
I didn't see a ping.
Right here. Sorry.
I'm just going to take one of those.
Okay, so you pick it up. It is like a copper, made of copper almost, and it is, or like a brass, and it is in the shape of like a crab shell.
I'm going to take both of them. Stick one in my bag and put one in my arm.
A big shield in your bag?
It's a bag of holding.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a mouth that wide.
How big's the shield?
I mean, it's going to cover someone's back.
Oh, it's... Curious what the technical size of the bag of holding's mouth is.
Technically, it's 2 by 2 feet.
2 feet in diameter. So...
I don't know if you can fit one of those in there.
Okay, I'll just take the one.
Okay. Kendra, do you not get disadvantage on spellcasting if you're wearing armor?
Nope, because I'm a
You're
warlock now.
so he has light armor.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And I can use more than my 3 weapons now, too.
Okay. So it's just simple leather armor.
I'm gonna take it off the person that I killed with psychic damage, as there wouldn't be a smell of burning, and I wouldn't be looking at anything burning. We're going to try to keep the trauma at a low.
What did you say the shield was shaped like?
It is shaped. Hold on one second. Let me get you a better accurate description here.
Flick's the one carrying it, so it's not going to stay shaped like whatever it looks like, but I like to get nuts.
Oh, they are. They're made of beaten copper fashioned in the shape of horseshoe crab shells.
That's plus 2 more AC.
Oh boy.
And yes, I can use shields.
Okay, so
And we'll help Kendra strip this poor corpse naked.
Thank you.
you guys, as you're having these discussions and pulling armor off of bodies and scavenging, you're still hearing the alarm going off in the distance. And it's a
We
little
should
odd,
continue
but
that.
you don't hear anyone coming.
I don't know if we should be happy about this or no.
If there's anything here that doesn't like us, and we're going to face it sooner or later, I'd rather it take a moment so we can take a moment. But we should probably get into this barn here, see what's... at least get a little bit of cover.
Right. I'm not going first.
Hey, that means us, Rowan. You want to try the north door while I try the south?
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
Let's take a peek.
All right. So you guys open the door, and Rowan, the side that you're on, you have to shove it several times as something's catching on the backside. And what you guys see on the inside, this is clearly an old stable. It's in pretty bad shape. Most of the roof has caved in, and there is rotting debris that it just fills the interior from the roof. There are 6 horse stalls that line the back wall, and there is. Are you actually stepping in?
Carefully, not stepping into any poop.
Okay.
This is it.
Okay. So you step in, and the roof caves in. Rowan, from your side, it goes back against towards the stalls. Flick, on your side, it actually caves in down, and you can't pass north.
Just gonna step back. Oop. Well, that's a dead end. Try the next door, I think. Unless you found something, Rowan, dear.
Rowan, you can move forward some. If there is debris there, but it is movable.
Yeah, I will go ahead and look around inside, kind of shifting things carefully.
Okay, so as you move southward a little bit, as you are shifting some of the planks and such that have fallen from the roof, you do hear a slight gasp and some breathing. A little bit of shifting, and that's about it.
Hello, is someone there?
There's no response.
You don't need to be afraid. We're here to help.
Yes, that's what we call it.
If you're in a friggin' shed, I'm assuming.
They probably heard all of that.
Still no response.
I won't approach you. I'm just gonna kneel here to show that I mean no harm. If you feel comfortable, you can approach me. So I'm gonna just kneel down and I'm gonna put my shield on the floor. And I'm gonna put my mace or my warhammer um, onto my back, so I have nothing in my hands.
Um, you hear a small voice from beneath the rubble. I don't want any part of this. I just tend. That's it. Please don't kill me.
Oh, you trapped under there.
If I say yes, will you go away?
Well, I don't want to leave you trapped here.
Please, I don't want any part of this. If they see me talking you up, I'll get in trouble. Please leave me be.
Rowan, dear, there's still an alarm going off. Perhaps one thing first. They seem fine.
There's someone in there.
Rowan's talking to someone. Sorry.
Oh. I would like to go see.
So Rowan
Ronnie,
Kendra comes in behind you.
are you speaking with someone?
Yes, there's someone that appears to be frightened of all the commotion that's happened and is afraid of the fact that we're talking to him.
Excuse me, are you the gardener from earlier?
Gardener? Why? I don't do the gardening. That's Bren. Shit. Please. Please don't kill me.
Well, when I was speaking to Ben, they seemed like a nice soul, but they didn't want to be here. We're not going to hurt you.
I heard screams outside. And you're the only ones left living, it sounds like.
That is true.
You hear a
We
slight
didn't want.
whimper as some of the rubble shifts a little bit.
Hey, we did not want any of that to happen. We didn't. We had absolutely no choice left. If you don't want to be here anymore, let us help you out, and you can leave through the gates.
I can't leave. This is the only place I know. It's the only place I have shelter here. I'm fed here. Please, just leave here. If you truly aren't here to do damage, please just go.
We can't leave yet. We're looking for someone.
Who?
What was the bard's name again?
Corbett.
Corbett. We're looking for a bard named Corbett.
A bard. There's no bards here.
Mm. He was last seen with people wearing the armor of the people here. They took him from Red Larch.
No, look, I hear a lot of the ins and outs. There's been no one sent to Red Larch in a while. I mean, other than the ones already there. No one new is gone.
Are you here against your will?
I might have been brought here against my will, but this is the first time I've actually had clean water, clean food, good shelter, bedding, protection. At least until now. I don't mean to offend, I just...
You can still have those things, but this place may not be the best.
That may be, but they're the first that's offered. I don't want no trouble. I just... Please, just leave me. Leave me be. Don't mention me. Please.
I respect your decision. I look over at Kendra and kind of give a raised eyebrow.
He's extremely conflicted. But just leaves.
We can always come back to her or him. Is it her or him? Can we tell in a voice?
Him. It's a male voice.
Okay.
Okay.
We can always come back and check on him after we deal with everything else.
Are we
As-
the bad guys?
As Kendra comes back out, Flick is just gonna motion to wait a moment and gesture around the corner because there's still an arrow loop on the main structure there.
Hmm.
Is there any kind of movement or anything that might suggest someone's there?
Where at?
The arrow loop on the keep.
Oh, in the north?
Yeah.
You can see movement within. It's difficult to ascertain what it is exactly. It's more just shadows moving. You can tell that there is movement in there.
Sorry if I'm not too keen on running into range of holes with people shooting arrows. Although I'm sure you two seem to feel differently about that.
They'd have the advantage right now. Maybe we can go around a different way.
Let's see where this leads. Interposing shield between her and the arrow loop. Flick's gonna try to get up here and see if we can peek in the next door.
Okay. So you go to open the door.
Yes.
and It pulls. You're able to pull it open
Does it open towards me or towards the north?
towards you.
Okay.
As you go inside.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's be adventurous.
You head inside, and there are weapon racks along the walls. This is an armory. The racks hold spears. There are barrels full of crossbow bolts and arrows stand near the doors. Open chests in the middle of the room contain suits of leather armor. The most unusual items in the armory are the shields, much like what you're carrying at the moment, Flick, which is the copper fashioned into the shape of the horseshoe crab shells.
Kendra, would you like a clean set?
There's something in there.
This appears to be their armory. Fresh
Oh.
leather armor not currently being worn by a corpse.
That would work. Gonna go in and see all the weapons. Oh,
Liam, don't stand in open field. We haven't cleaned house yet.
I cannot see inside of the armory.
I
Oh, I'm
slowly
sorry.
walk in and I take a look around. Do I see anything expensive?
Are you headed to the armory too?
I mean, I'm following them.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move you up that way. Okay, yeah. If you guys are all headed into the armory, you see much of the same thing. Nothing really looks expensive. It just looks like your basic weaponry.
So there's a bunch of simple weapons here.
Yes.
Cool.
Can I roll to see if there are any hidden compartments in the room?
Sure.
The full disclosure, guys. I'm probably gonna do this for every room we walk into.
That's perfectly fine.
I'm gonna take
Like a rogue.
2 quivers of crossbow, 2 quivers of bolts, so 2 sets of 20 for 40.
Okay.
That's investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's an 11.
Okay. You do not find any hidden anything that you can see. There is a door on the eastern side. Other than that, what did you roll?
11.
Okay. Yeah, you just see all the armor, the weapons, everything.
The fact that you asked me what did I roll leads me to believe that if I had rolled higher, we would have found something.
Maybe. Maybe not.
So while they're all in there looking at the armor, investigating for hidden compartments, I'm standing with my back to them. I'm looking out the doorway to make sure no one like sneaks up on us from behind.
Okay. It's eerie. It's eerie. You hear the ringing bell in the distance, and it seems to echo off the old stone walls. And you see the bodies of these dead guards and such kind of strewn about. And it's like the end of a battle, and yet you know it's continuing on, but just nothing's happening. And it's that weight of what's going on.
Let's check the next door.
Before I move out of the armory, can I take 3 of my flyers and just post them on the walls?
Yeah. I mean, you could probably maneuver them in between some spears or
That's what we call aggressive marketing.
you could
I'm
take
trying
like
to reach you
a
about your car's extended
arrow,
warranty.
a crossbow arrow, and jam it into something.
Yep. It's all just in there now. I missed the opportunity to do what I wanted to do before because I completely forgot until just now, which was to just drop the corpses as we walk.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay.
I'll do that going forward.
I'm going to. How many daggers are there? I'm going to take some.
You don't see any daggers.
Oh no. They're just spears?
You see 20 spears, 10 short swords, 5 scimitars, 5 light crossbows, 400 crossbow bolts, 200 arrows,
360. I took 40 bolts.
15 suits of leather armor, and then 8 shields.
Okay. Then I will be taking a spear. So I have more options.
Are you
Can I
proficient?
take a scimitar?
You said it was a crossbow?
Yeah, light crossbows.
We'll
And
take 2 of those too. Into the bag they go.
I'm gonna take a light crossbow.
Ooh, is it a normal scimitar or a double-bladed scimitar?
Normal.
It's not going to be a double-bladed scimitar.
And make sure you guys, if you're planning to use them, that you are proficient in it.
Yes, I am.
I mean, you don't have to be proficient to use something. It just helps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Light crossbow, you said?
Yes. Okay. So
And then how many?
there are 400
bolts?
crossbow bolts.
I already took
Anyone
some.
need bolts?
Yeah. I will also take 40 bolts, since I have a light crossbow that I never use.
Like, it's pretty much just taking them for parts.
I'll take 40 if you want to take the rest of the 400.
I have 40. I'm not carrying that many crossbow bolts.
You put them in a bag of holding.
I have other things I need to put in there.
I just imagine Flick turning the bag of holding over, just dumping a bunch of crossbow bolts out.
I'm gonna put the crossbow bolts in my backpack, since that's a thing we can do on D&D Beyond.
Turns out D&D Beyond doesn't remove the weight of things in the bag of holding, so I still have to do that manually anyway.
Mhm.
Yep.
All right. so-
Random question I feel like I should ask just because it hasn't come up before.
Uh-huh.
How many weapons can we have equipped?
How many hands you
Equipped.
got? How many
What
hands
was
you got?
that? I got 2.
There you go.
So let's say I equip the short sword and a dagger. I can't equip the short bow, crossbow, any of that, right?
You'd have to put them away.
Yeah.
You have to keep it away?
Yeah, because your crossbows and short bows, like, they require 2 hands to utilize. So kind of
And
think
does-
of it that way.
And does it take a turn to re-equip them, or is it like an instantaneous thing?
So
It doesn't take
counts
an
as
action to stow
interacting
a
with an
weapon.
object.
It's a free action to
sorry?
interact with objects.
So it would take a turn for me to like to switch a weapon.
No.
You can interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or your action.
So,
So it
like,
would be, you could for free equip or unequip a sword.
Okay.
So if you wanted to swap weapons, you could without losing an action.
Okay. Okay.
on my character sheet, I keep things equipped just so I don't have to go into my inventory and bring them out and look at the stats. I just keep them there, keeping in mind I don't have 2 daggers, a spear, a quarterstaff, and a light crossbow in my hands right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Same thing, yeah. Because that way you can see what kind of like plus hit I have with it and stuff.
Yeah. I've got everything equipped. I just wasn't sure if that like was the right thing I should be doing, or if I should unequip things right now.
Just as long as you're aware you only have 2 hands.
Oh yeah. Just wanted to be sure. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Currently, Flick has a shield in one hand and her alchemy gear in the other hand.
All right. What are we doing? You guys are fully equipped.
Let's take a peek in the next door.
All right. So you go to tug on that door and you hear the clanging of metal and it does not move.
Like block clanging or like latch bar clanging?
Latch bar.
What's the door made of?
Wood.
Rowan, how strong are you?
I mean, not that strong, but I can take a swing at it with my warhammer.
I'm to pass Rowan a hand axe.
Okay. Does it actually do it have any stats with it?
It's an item. I just feel like it makes more sense to hit a wooden door with an axe than.
Yes. Okay, I will add it and use the axe.
All right.
I
So
want the axe.
if you are trying to chop away at this door, it's going to take you quite a while. I'm just going
I
to
would
say
like to
Maybe not.
stop Rowan real quick. Like, hang on.
Here comes the fire.
And I would like to use prestidigitation to light it on fire, since I would assume if I can light a small campfire, I can light a door.
It's probably treated. It won't burn quickly.
I don't know if magic cares about that.
They have hinges. Like visual hinges.
Are the
Because
hinges
that's
on the-
really where I
are-
would hit.
Are the hinges on our side?
Yeah.
Bucket firebolt.
Wait.
Julie.
Can I use my thieves' tools to take off the hinges from our side?
no.
Are the hinges even on our side? Is what I'm asking.
Never mind then. Proceed with firebolt.
Because I have much better tools for that job.
You can certainly try.
Alright, we're holding off on the firebolt then until this. I feel like firebolt is our best tool for many situations.
What's the handle like? That's locked.
Hang on. Kendra.
It's just a piece of metal that's bolted into the door.
Kendra.
Yes.
Didn't you pick up a spell called Unseen Servant that you tried to use before?
Yes.
Well, why don't we get it to lift the latch?
Do we really want her to use a spell slot for this?
I think you can cast as a ritual.
Do I count as a ritual caster? I thought I had to have the tome to become a ritual caster.
Well, do you have it as a warlock spell or a sorcerer spell?
I have it as a warlock spell.
I have no idea on warlocks.
Yeah, no, I don't have any. I just looked. I don't have any ritual spells, so I cannot use it as a ritual spell. So I have one spell slot left. You could. I don't have to see the point within range, so I could summon it behind the door.
Is there a gap between the door and the wall on the side where the door opens?
Not really. It's pretty solid.
If we think it's an absolutely good idea for me to waste my last first level spell slot, I'll do it.
That's why I'm hesitant.
Firebolt's a cantrip for you?
Firebolt is a cantrip.
Just firebolt the damn thing.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Why not?
I'm backing up. I'm telling everyone to get behind me and putting my shield in front of me. Give a little cover.
I mean, when in
I'm-
Rome.
I'm just watching this,
my gosh.
very intrigued.
That is a 13. Do I hit the door?
Yeah, you hit the door.
I deal 1 fire damage.
Yeah, it looks blackened in the spot that it got hit.
This isn't working.
Can I rush it full speed and tackle it with my shoulder?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh no.
Let's say that is
Oh no.
an athletics.
Oh no.
Interesting. That's an interesting roll. Interesting. Do I want to use my last luck?
No!
That's a 7.
Yeah, so Liam, you run full tilt for it and you throw your shoulder into it. And you take 2 damage. And as you bounce off and hit the ground, it occurs to you this door opens inward.
Well, I am dumb.
Inward towards us, or
Yes.
so the hinges would be on our side.
Yes.
I'm gonna break out the tills and disassemble the hinges.
You can certainly try.
Do you have acid?
Yeah, but I'm trying to save that.
Well, I've got 14 HP now. This is a fun heads up for everyone.
Let's do a Tinker's Tools check to try to disassemble the hinges.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
Well, while he's doing that, I'll just be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Liam." And I walk up and I'm gonna do my healing hands.
16 with
on him.
proficiency.
16's the number.
Rolled 14 proficiency plus 2, and I'm proficient in the tools. So
Okay. Yeah, it's these bolts seem like they've been in place for quite some time. And you're having a lot of trouble getting them to move.
Guys, we kill creatures like it's nothing, but we are always bested by doors.
Wait, Rowan. How much did you give me back with healing hands?
It's 4 HP.
Okay.
Blick gives a sigh, pulls her scarf up over her mouth, pulls her goggles down over her eyes, and pulls up a different bottle that hasn't
Nope.
been used before.
Nope.
To get to her alchemy gear.
Nope.
Using her alchemy gear, she is going to spray the wall next to the door with the Ankeg venom that had been used to burrow through rock. And these walls made of stone.
Okay. So how are you doing?
Spraying-
So you're throwing it or just dripping it onto it?
Spraying it, basically.
Spraying it. Okay. So
That's the side where the hinges are attached to.
okay.
Since it was when we saw used to melt the stone, I'm hoping to melt the stonework that it's attached to.
Okay, so you pour this acid onto it, and it's not like a green color. As soon as it hits the stone and the metal, it turns to like this rust color, and it quickly you see it disappear into the rock as the rock just turns really porous around the metal part, and eventually the door shifts and thuds as it hits the ground and then falls forward. And you have gained entrance.
Peek in. Good job.
Let's see what we have here.
Okay. You hear a scurrying, and as you peek through, you're able to see several beds. The room seems surprisingly empty. Are you going to enter completely?
Sure, shield up at the ready.
Okay. So you enter the room entirely and you hear a slight squeak on the northwest side corner, and you see a small, you see a person in the corner crouched down behind a dresser. You just see like a pair of knees kind of poking out beyond it. And they seem to be just trembling.
Blick still has her face pretty much covered and is just gonna motion back to the rest of the party to follow. We've got another live one here. Kendra, I think this is your territory.
Fuck. I highly doubt it, but fine.
While they deal with whoever's in this room, Can I investigate for secret passages again?
Yeah. Are you heading into the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Fiddlesticks. That's an 11 again. I'm going
11.
to replace it. I'm going to replace that die.
Yeah, you don't see anything that you can tell. It just looks like it almost looks like a barracks of type. And like you see very small personal effects and such. Just a bunch of bunks, 9 double bunks actually that fill the area. They each have a pair of foot lockers tucked underneath. And then you see the doors that exit to the north, the west, and the east. The west one being the one you just came through.
So we've got a north and an eastern exit right now.
Yep.
And there are 4 of us.
What?
There are 4 of us.
Yeah.
Of the party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just coming up with plans in my head.
Yeah, there's 4 in the party.
I will walk up to the individual in the corner.
Okay. The second the individual sees you, they scoot back further, and you just see hands come up in front of them. And you just hear small whispers and moanings.
Going to get closer and kneel down.
Please, just go away.
Do they look hurt at all?
They, not that you can tell.
We're not going to hurt you if you do not hurt us. I understand you're scared right now. We did not come here to start any violence. We came here looking for a friend.
The hands fall to the lap as they look up at you. You'll find no friends here. And you see a flash of silver as a sword cuts across to you.
Oh boy!
It's a good thing you put on that dead man's armor.
And that was only a 7.
Wouldn't have mattered, but yeah.
Yeah, they missed?
Yeah, they missed.
Okay.
I don't think anything under a 10 can hit a PC.
How the hell would you survive with a 7 AC?
Carefully.
So yeah, you see the glimmer for a moment, and Kendra, you're able to pick up on it, and you feel the unrightness in the moment, and you are able to dart backwards and fall backwards, just barely missing the swing attack towards you. The individual stands up and is going to make another strike at you.
You did the one thing I told you not to do.
Technically, he hasn't actually hurt you yet.
You hear Flick saying this in the background as they go to make another strike.
Like, hey, I'm blaming you.
Yeah. All right, this time it's a 20. Dirty 20.
Well, that hits.
Okay. So that's going to be 7 damage. So this time they swing downward. And the scimitar is able to catch you along the arm, and you feel the burning slice down the arm, I'm gonna leave it up to you at this point. What's your reaction here?
Kendra only has one reaction. And that's Firebolt.
No. I'm within melee range. My reaction is to take that spear that I got from the armory and green flame blade as I try to skewer him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
That's a 19.
Definitely hits.
Cool. Where's my D8? There you are. Okay, that is 5 damage, I'm pretty sure.
I thought a spear is only a d6.
It's a versatile weapon. I was using 2 hands.
Yeah.
5 damage?
Yes, making
Okay.
sure that green flame ability doesn't do anything. Not yet until next level. Cool. So
Alright.
it just looks cool as I skewer them.
Okay. So all right. Liam, Rowan, and Flick. What are your dexterities?
14.
Just straight total dexterity.
Yep.
16.
14.
Okay. Liam, you're the first to notice this occur. And what you see is you hear Kendra talking to him, and you see the scimitar strike out. You see Kendra fall backwards. The person stands and strikes down again with the scimitar, catching in her arm. And you see Kendra pull that javelin out and with both hands just strike forward. And it goes right into the chest of this person, into the clavicle area. I'm going to give you the first chance to respond.
I can do anything?
Yeah, you can take an action.
I'm going to throw a talon right in this guy's face.
Okay.
To just roll for...
Yeah, just normal, like ranged for your talon.
That dice is even worse. That was an 8.
Okay, so in your surprise at the moment, you go to just immediately you throw talon, and it lodges into the brick next to the man's head. Rowan and Flick, you both had 14. Go ahead and each of you just roll d20 for me.
6.
18.
Okay, Rowan, you're up first. You see the bits of stone wall flying out as talon lodges next to this person's head.
I am going to immediately run up and kind of step in between him and Kendra,
Okay.
kind of like pushing her back behind me to protect her.
So you like leap over the beds, like scaling, like almost like two-legged, just one on one bed, then the next, and you jump right in front of Kendra, just pushing her behind as you put yourself between them.
I'm a shield bash, dude.
All right.
With the momentum, I'm just gonna. So if I'm leaping over beds, I'm just full on Captain America style bashing this guy with.
Have Rowan go to the Olympics.
Yeah. Kendra, you lose your grip on the spear as Rowan kind of bulges through it, but it is still lodged into the man's clavicle as Rowan just shield bashes him.
And can I try to use it to keep him pinned against the wall?
Yeah. Is that a hit or is that a save on my part?
I
don't
don't
know.
have anything
She's asking
like-
something that isn't necessarily a mechanic.
How does shield bash work? I thought that was an actual thing.
It should be, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, shield bash I think is like with the feet.
Mm,
You need the shield
Yeah.
master feet to shield bash.
Yes, you do.
okay. I mean,
Otherwise, it would just be a charge action.
I'm just charging. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll say you're just charging to try and press him up against the wall for the most part to pin him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and make a d20 roll for me.
Of course. Now I roll low. 3.
Okay. So in your motion, you kind of get tangled on Kendra's spear, and it knocks her out of the way, and she loses her grip. And you hear the man cry out as it jars in his shoulder, but you're able to press the shield up, but it kind of pings off of him. Kendra, you are up next.
Or is it Flick?
Flick, fuck. Every time.
We'll start a counter.
Well,
Gosh.
we've been here before, and I guess we're just gonna take a page from Kendra's book as Flick brings the alchemy tool up to bear and lets loose with a 5. Does an 11 hit?
11 does not hit.
So just a glass vial launches and clips off the dagger stuck out of the wall, splashing fulminating fluid across the stonework behind him. Of course, now he's pinned quite literally between a shield and burning rock wall. I'm sure he's having a bad day.
All right.
He
Yeah,
chose to
but-
attack, okay?
Can I take a bonus action?
Not at this point. Not at this point. Unless you're wanting for Pot to do something.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it would be Spider Pot.
Okay. That
Okay,
would
fine.
be fair.
The 16 hit.
Yeah.
All right. Now I remember his hit modifier, but that's all I remember. So give me a minute to dig up the most buried thing I might find. Okay. 3 force damage.
All right. So, Kendra, you hit him with the shield, and it just kind of glances off of him. He cries out as the spear gets shifted.
That's
A
2.
bottle breaks. Did I say Kendra again?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Hey,
yes,
Don't worry.
let's keep
I have
count.
a tally now.
Yeah, let's keep count.
The bottle breaks next to the head, glass shards just flying, fluid dripping down the wall around Talon as then a force just slams into the guy and he gets shoved against the wall, and all he is able to do this action is try and pull the spear out of his own flesh.
Just a moment here. There's what around Talon?
Yes, what is around Talon?
At this point, nothing. It's already burned out. That doesn't last very long.
Instantly hurting my dagger.
So it clipped the dagger and splashed past it. So it's not on the dagger. So, like, Flick launched a glass vial that was full of an explosive fluid. It hit Talon, which broke it, but the fluid splashed on the wall past Talon. And then ignited and burned up on the wall.
So the guy tries to pull the spear out and is unable to, and actually when he gets hit with the force from Spider Pot, the spear actually lodges into the wall, the stone behind him. He rolled a 1. So he is unable to move off the spear.
If you're so worried about Talon, why do you keep throwing it into places you might not get it back?
Because
Kendra.
I always get back.
Kendra, I would say you're up at this point.
Oh, neat. I have to make a quick roll for something.
Kendra going mad.
Maybe. Well, she doesn't have her spear anymore. That sucks. Good thing she has a quarterstaff still. Take out the quarterstaff now. She had 2 sticks. One was pointed. She's just...
You could almost walk into the other room and walk back with another one.
You're correct. I could pick up my non-lethal stick. Bop him. Non-lethally.
Okay.
2 hands, because that will deal more damage. That is an 18.
18 definitely hits.
Ooh. That's 7 damage.
Okay. So then you're trying to do non-lethal?
Yes.
Okay. So you crack him across the head, and you hear the crack as his head twists and the temple hits against the stone wall next to him, and he just falls and is hanging on the spear, which is still lodged into the wall through his clavicle. And he is out.
We'll go get another spear.
So, we're just knocking this one out and letting him bleed out then?
I didn't kill him.
I mean, most of his injury does seem to be from that spear, Kendra.
I didn't kill him.
Can I walk up and just grab Talon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You walk up to the wall and you just yank it out, inspect it, and everything still looks good.
I'm gonna shoot Flick a dirty look.
Alright, which door now?
Not going to look for any other people under the beds to murder.
You know, Flick, I'm having a really hard time right now trying to justify the murder of 9 people via my magic. The first ones were justifiable as they were trying to kill me, and then the other ones were trying to kill Liam, but afterwards, I've murdered people today. I do not enjoy that feeling. So I'm really not in a good mood to just jokingly say, oh, well, let's look under the beds for more people to murder. I'm having a crisis. Are we the bad guys? I need to know. Are we the bad guys here? Are we the good guys? I'm having a moral dilemma.
Are you having the "Are we the baddies" moment?
Are we? 'Cause so far, 2 people, this one and the one in the other room, did not want us here. They are scared of us. Both of them have said we will not find who we're looking for here. For all we know, we just came up here and are just murdering innocent people. I need a concrete reason to not feel guilty.
No.
I don't think there's any such thing as a concrete reason to not feel guilty. If morality was so simple, there wouldn't be so many people struggling with it.
By nature of you caring that you've even done it, makes you a better person.
What?
There's so many people that
No, what the fuck to that? What is that?
So as you guys are talking,
I didn't see it. I had a cat.
you
doing cat
hear sounds coming from the other room. And you hear a sniffing and then a grunting.
Well, there's no door here.
Yeah, the door is on the floor.
Just go peek in and not want to deal with it.
Can I hide on the side of the door frame where the person would have to come in?
Yeah, where are you wanting to hide?
So I'm assuming they'd have to go through the door or the hole that we made that we walked through, right? To the west, so probably hang out here.
Okay, yeah, so right to the side of the door.
Right, and they have to come through the door, right? That's the hole that we have there now, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the doorway with no door
Okay.
on it.
So I'm just gonna hide there, back to the wall, with my dagger in my hand. And the second it crosses through, I'm going to stab it in the face.
Well, considering that's the armory, I don't know if they would come into the barracks. So I'm gonna just look in there, see it's not human, and without remorse, firebolt.
See, I'm trying to do this stealthily. You're going full force, like full frontal.
Well, then they'll see me, and I'll run, and then they'll come after me.
After that speech about morality, you immediately shooting something that's not human makes me question your motives.
As you guys are
Huh?
having this conversation, Kendra, you hear, like, as you're discussing with your team members, you suddenly hear a behind you. And as you turn to look, you see a furry face with big sloping eyebrows, pointed furry ears, just a muscled body completely covered in fur that looks equally surprised to see you, and then just roars at you, these big teeth.
That's bugbear.
Everyone roll initiative.
That is a bugbear.
But
Is it a bugbear?
Hold on one second on the initiative.
Oh, shit.
Well, son of a bitch. Give me 1 minute to grab a drink real quick.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I've made it increasingly obvious that Kendra does not see monsters as people.
That's problematic.
Kendra only cares if it's humans she kills.
Yeah, kinda.
So Flick is gonna keep a bit more distance.
Please don't burn me again.
All right, Flick, what did you roll? Initiative?
5.
5?
5.
Kendra,
7.
15.
Sorry, I forget my bonus.
what was yours, Flick?
7.
7? Okay.
I forget I actually get a bonus.
Liam?
18.
And we'll wait till Rowan returns.
Not so much that Flick has to worry, because you have not been aggressive towards her and she has become friends with you. However, if she had not met you and a wild tabaxi person came to try and kill her, she would fight back to the death.
Rowan, what is yours?
9.
All right. So that brings us to Liam. Liam, you have just watched Kendra turn and speak firmly to Flick, and then you hear the grunt. And as Kendra turns, you hear this roar, and the red hair just blows backwards. You, hearing this happen, are the first to respond. What are you gonna do?
Before I do anything, let me ask. If I attack, would I be able to get sneak attack since I'm hiding behind the door?
Yep, he does not notice you're there.
Okay. So,
It's also
I'm
in
gonna
melee
take-
range of an ally, so you get
Yeah.
sneak attack.
perfect. So I'm going to take Talon, and again, aim for. This time I'm going to aim for a shoulder.
Okay.
And that is. God damn, what is with me today? That's a 13.
13 does not hit.
Well, that's a waste of a potential sneak attack. In that case, for the rest of my action, now that I've given myself away, I'm going to run the.
You gotta remember, sneak attack has nothing to do with sneaking in 5e.
So you could use your bonus action to attack again, and if sneak attack would still apply. You can only sneak attack once per your turn, and you can only sneak attack if the attack hits.
Fair enough. Let me take my short sword and try attacking again. That's up my offhand, and that is a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
All right, you
Yeah.
can apply sneak attack to that.
Oh, I will. I will.
It
That's
shouldn't be called
the-
sneak attack, it has nothing to do with sneaking.
That's 3d6s.
Every so often, I just see something moving.
That's 16 damage.
All right.
And additionally, can I say no? That was my bonus action. Well, let me just throw it out there. Is it possible that as I attack, I climb on his back?
No, because he's facing you,
Okay,
and it's in a doorway.
I figured I'd ask.
I'm sure the attempt would make him quite uncomfortable while you're suddenly hugging him. From the front.
Yeah, I was like 60 points damage.
All right, so you swing at him with Talon, and miss as you suddenly realize how big this creature is, and instead you pull out your short sword. Was it a short sword or scimitar?
Short sword. I'm
Short
sorry,
sword,
it's not
and-
16. It's 13. It's my offhand. It doesn't get the +3 bonus.
How much damage?
13.
13? Okay. And then you swing at him with the short sword and are able to stab it into him. And he roars again. Which brings us to, actually, the bugbear. Who is going to swing out with his own weapon. And he's actually going
Bugbear's
to
hurt.
swing it at the one right in front of him, because that's closest, which is Kendra.
Bugbear's hurt.
That is 18 to hit.
No, Kendra might be down.
Oh man.
Bugbear's hurt a lot.
Yeah, that's 11 damage.
I'm at 1 HP.
So this thing, Liam, after you stab it with your short sword, it roars and swings this spiked metal ball up and just catches Kendra in the chest full on. Several of these spikes piercing into her. And it just knocks your short sword aside. Which brings us to...
Kendra, dodge!
Alright, so
Oh,
as this is happening, Flick, you suddenly hear a shifting behind you, and you feel a rush of air behind you as the door flings open. And another bugbear comes running in and straight towards you, and it's going to make a swing at you with its own Morning Star, which is only a 10.
Oh.
Okay, so it comes in swinging, and you are able to dodge out of the way. Okay. Kendra, you are up.
Kendra is panicking. I guess. Oh, damn, I could have done Hellish Rebuke. Oh well. We're gonna use Burning Hands against the bugbear that has near crippled my respiratory system.
Okay.
Oh wait, that's not an attack roll. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw. DC 13.
Yeah, it rolled a 14 without its bonus.
Damn it. Alright, it's taking half damage.
Okay.
We're off to a great start. That's a 6.
Okay.
That's 4, so we're at 10. That's 4, so 14, 7.
14 damage total?
No, 7 damage. 7 damage after it's halved.
Okay, 7 total. All right.
Yep.
So you, as you're struggling to breathe with these pinpoints still in you, you form your hands up and flames shoot out from them and hit the bugbear straight on in the face. Its fur peeling back in just blackness. And, yep, it's looking hurt.
That's all I got. I'm done.
All right, Rowan, you're up.
Now I see Kendra nearly destroyed in one hit, so I'm gonna come flying across the beds again.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do, for my bonus action, a healing word.
Okay.
So let's see here. 1d4. You know what? I'm gonna do it at second level. I need another one. Oh, max healing. So that's 8.
Nice.
Oh, plus my spellcasting modifier. So you heal 11 HP.
So as you bounce across these beds, you grab Kendra and, well, you don't grab her. You come across the beds and you are speaking words without even thought, and you feel the electricity kind of going through you. Kendra, you feel amidst the pain, small little shocks emanating from where this Morning Star is plunged deep into your chest. The Morning Star dislodges and you feel small shocks as your breathing suddenly is able to start widening, and you heal for 8 points. 8?
Thank God.
11.
11 points. 11 points.
Oh my God.
I did max healing there.
Fuck. Okay.
And for
Pretty
my
much negated the
action,
Morning Star.
for my action, I will do Sacred Flame. Please do a Dex save of 13.
Yep. He rolled a 14 again.
So that does 0. Completely.
Okay. So just dispersing the healing, you aren't fully able to switch it back into warrior mode just yet. Your mind is focused on the worry with Kendra. That brings us to Flick.
All right. Well, we're in close quarters with two bugbears. I don't want to use the one thing, so... Okay, so I'm going to, as a bonus action, I'm going to have Spider Pot use the help action. So I can make a ranged spell attack with advantage to counteract the disadvantage from being melee range.
Okay.
Because I was looking at stuff and I realized that Spider Pot could use the help action. I should have been doing that for stuff.
Wow, that's pretty helpful.
And so I'm going to shoot the bugbear in point blank range as Flick brings up her alchemy gear and she's aiming it square at this thing's chest.
Okay.
And does a 23 hit?
23 hits.
Is Ray of Sickness as bright green slime pours from the end of her alchemy gear. Or, oh my, 15 poison damage,
Okay.
and it has to make a con save of 14.
It fails.
Alright, it is poisoned until the end of my next turn.
Okay. What is that? So the end of your next turn, what does it roll?
It's poisoned. It's 5e. It's weird.
Let me find my poison. Here it is. Disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Okay.
So until the end of my next turn.
Yep. And then Spider Pot?
Spider Pot was bonus action helping me.
Got it.
So that's all I can do.
All right. So as this is happening, Rowan, you feel that shift of air again from behind you as the door swings open and another roar comes from behind. And this one is going to come straight forward and is coming straight for you, Rowan. And it's going to swing its Morning Star at you. 12 to hit.
Misses.
All right, so it completely misses. It just bounces off your armor entirely. And that's its turn. That brings us to Liam.
Well, Liam doesn't like leaving things unfinished, so no, that though. Okay. That same one that I was attacking before that had hit Kendra. I'm going to roll with Talon again.
Okay.
Do I get sneak attack on that?
I mean, yeah, with your thing, you, as long as you're within melee range of another ally, right?
Sneak attack does not mean sneak.
Yeah.
No, I'm still doing the whole sneak attack thing, so
Yeah.
bear with me.
No, you're
And
good.
that is-
It should be called something like exploit attack, because it's not. Sneak attack is a misnomer.
Yeah.
That's a 15 to hit.
16?
15.
15. Oh, just barely. You swipe at air.
So I have an AC of 16, guys.
With my bonus action, I take my short sword and I try again.
Okay.
That's a natural 20.
Right,
Oh
which
my
one
God.
is your main weapon again?
Are
What?
you sneak attacking?
Yep, throwing sneak attack in there.
Oh
Alright.
my god.
So let's
So,
see that
next roll
damage.
on
Yeah.
That's three d6s.
3d6.
Yeah, 1d6 for the short sword and then 2d6 for the sneak attack.
That's what, 24?
Well-
18.
If we do max for the thing, yeah, that's 18.
Okay.
Is that what we're doing, max?
Yes.
Yeah, natural
Yeah.
20. Yeah.
It's 18 damage.
Okay. Yeah, you swipe at it with Talon, and once again in frustration, it just misses, and you jab that short sword right into its gullet, and you hear the choking sound as it starts to fall, and you pull your sword out as that bugbear falls to the ground, just kind of moaning and clawing at its own throat, the blood and bubbling as it slowly dies.
Hey, I killed a bugbear on my own. Mostly.
Ender was bait.
Kendra fried it for some damage. You didn't do it on your own.
Anything
Mostly.
else, Liam?
No, that was my bonus action, so I guess I'll just that's it.
Okay. That brings us to that one that's dead. That brings us to the next bugbear. So, Flick, the one right behind you is going
Well, in front of me, Flick's facing it at this point.
right in front of you. It's going to make another attack at you.
At disadvantage.
That's right. And that would be 7 to hit.
Yep.
So it feels this wrongness within it, and it tries to swing, but its arm is just not have the strength that it usually does, and it looks slightly confused. But that brings us to Kendra.
Okay, well, we're gonna do something stupid. Gonna just go up here and try to shank it in the back. With my daggers. Because I don't have a... Oh yeah, I do have a spear now. Now we're still using daggers. It's 17 to hit.
That hits.
Alright.
And Green
You
Flame Blade
technically also
actually
have
does something here.
flanking.
Ooh. That's right. Ah! Okay.
Green Flame Blade would actually do something here, Kendra.
Would it?
Yeah, because there's another target within 5 feet of it.
Oh shit, you're right. Neat. I don't know if it would work now because I've already started to roll for the attack.
What do you say, DM?
You can go ahead and do it.
Cool. Then Green Flame Blade. Well, I guess Scarlet Flame Blade now. I need to change it. With advantage, that went to a 24. Almost an at 20.
Damage?
Damage. Okay, it landed at a weird angle. Alright, I'm gonna take it. 7 damage, and this is the first time Green Flame Blade has actually done something cool.
It's the primary cantrip that my wizard uses in my other game.
You can cause Green Flyer to leap from the target to a different creature of your choice. Takes fire damage equal to my spellcasting ability mod. Okay, so the other one just takes 3 fire damage.
Okay.
Neat! And, would Green Flame Blade make it so now because I cast a spell as my action, would that make it so I can't use my bonus action to offhand?
Right, because it's because it's spell, not a.
Gotcha. That's fine.
All right, Rowan, you are up.
Well, yeah, I'm facing away from this bugbear. Like, attempted to hit me in the back, I assume. So, I am going to whip around and basically reach out and touch him and cast Inflict Wounds. Because he came into my personal space without consent. So he needs to make... No, I just do a spell attack. That would be 21 to hit.
Definitely hits. So you are able to get your fingers and up into the fur of his beard and just the darkness you feel leaching from his body as his life is just pulled from him. What's the damage?
Oh god. What a
Inflict
horrible
wounds a
roll.
lot.
Wow, 3d10. I only did 5.
Oh,
Necrotic
so
damage.
disappointing.
2 goddamn ones.
Alright. So, as your fingers wind in and just start to siphon the life, the beard actually dislodges, and you're able to take some from him, but it mostly seems to have just damaged his ego with his beard. Anything else?
You could add clump of bugbear beard to your inventory.
Yeah. Nope, I will stand my ground.
Alright. Kendra, Flick. Fuck. God,
All right, adding it to the counter.
Flick!
All right. Well, since they are close to each other, Flick is gearing up her equipment again. It's a different brand of, acid begins to pour forth, and both of them need to make a 14 dex check. The one at a disadvantage.
Still at disadvantage?
Until the end of my turn.
Oh, at the end of your turn. Okay, I'm sorry. So, the one at disadvantage definitely failed. What type of check?
Dexterity.
12?
14.
Okay, yeah, they both failed.
All right. It's not a big damage spell, but that is 5 acid damage to both.
Alright. Anything else?
Yeah, Spider-Pot's gonna shoot this one in the face.
Alright.
If I can roll into the dice to do. 16 hit?
16 hits.
Alright.
So, a force of damage shoves into this one. And how much?
4.
So, the force shoves the nose of it actually, and you hear cracking as the bone of the nose shoves into brain matter, and you see the eyes suddenly widen and then roll up, and the body just falls straight backwards.
Let's scoot up over here.
Which brings us to the last one. Alright. So the last bugbear, sensing it is now alone and that its mates have been killed, is going to go quite crazy here. Does a 11 hit you, Kendra?
Nope.
Kendrick. Flick.
Kendra. So, alright, it goes to swing at you, Kendra, and it misses. Liam, you are up, sir.
It's rather than just bully it now.
Gonna get we're essentially surrounding it now. Let's try again with Talon.
Is that advantage then? We're flanking.
Yeah,
Mhm.
advantage.
And of course,
Advantage,
I have
help,
sneak
whatever you
attack.
want to throw at it.
Okay, and this of course has sneak attack.
If it is.
16.
Have at it.
So, gonna
Wait, you
be-
mean Talon hit something?
Hey! Don't talk trash about Talon. So that's 1d4 plus 3, and that is a that's 16 with Talon.
All right. So go ahead and describe how you murder this thing.
I'm going to kick him in the gut, causing him to
Well, he's facing Kendra.
oh. Well, I'm going to kick him in the back of the knees, causing him to fall down
Uh-huh.
to his knees, jump on his back, take Talon, and then just right on his like throat from the jugular to the other side, just quick slash across.
All right. And he falls easily.
I guess I should have held this up for you. How do you want to do this?
Ooh, but I'm not done yet.
What? It's dead.
Oh.
It's dead, but in the heat of actually never mind, I'm not gonna do it.
I was like, are you about to make Kendra have some issues?
Maybe.
No. I debated how much of a heal I want to be. I'm not gonna do it, so I'll just say what I was thinking of doing, just running up to that unconscious guy and just quickly stabbing him in the
Fuck.
gut while he's unconscious. He's not a problem later, but I'm not gonna be that much of a heal.
Very sweet of you.
Oh, very sweet.
Liam, are you going to climb on top of every monster we fight?
Are you saying that you wouldn't want to?
I can smell it from here.
Don't be so squeamish.
Don't think being squeamish is the problem.
Unsanitary. Of course, Flick's gloves are completely coated in blood at this point.
All right.
It is
Random
sad
question.
to people to death.
Oh, actually, are bugbear corpses worth anything?
I'm not carrying that.
A
As-
dead body is an object.
I mean, as a whole, it might be maybe to someone like a hunter or a hunter's haul, something like that, if it were stuffed and whole.
Hmm.
Are you seeking to be a taxidermist this whole time, Liam?
Never mind. Let's keep moving.
A tabaxi taxidermist. A tabaxidermist.
Oh my god.
I prefer not to be stuffed in that way, thank you.
So going up would be towards the church they took me to that morning that we stayed. And this way I have absolutely no idea.
What way leads to the bay? Moving out this door, the bugbear came through and left open.
Mm-hmm. So, oh yeah, you're looking out at let me open that up. So
We gotta get DM the upgrade so we can do the dynamic lighting thing.
I know it would be so much easier. Reveal, not hide, Megan. So you essentially see where the cliffside goes down. The eastern wall along the far side, it juts out into the river. It forms a good-sized basin where you see a couple keel boats. Um, there's a wide gap in the southeast wall that provides access to the river, although at the moment it is blocked by a very large, heavy chain. It's essentially a 20-foot tall bluff of rock and earth that separates where you're at and the bottom portion that heads towards the river. And then to the north, you see the wide stream flowing out. From where you're at, you're not sure exactly where, but
From here, where is the alarm coming from?
it
Which direction?
sounds like it's coming from the north.
Like straight north or off to the... I know there's a tower.
Straight north.
Somebody is screaming. At any rate, I see your friend bled out in the corner. No response?
Sorry, I was looking at something.
I'm just like, not surprised. I mean, I saw the wounds. I figured he was gonna die eventually.
I suppose we should come up with what we actually plan to do here at this point.
You don't see anyone out that door?
Not at the moment. Do I see anyone?
No. Not from your angle, anyways.
And I look through this door.
Okay. So as you look through that door, you just see the continued path in the courtyard area. You see the building in front of you where you guys had stayed the night and eaten dinner. You do see stairs going up onto the northern wall, and you see movement on top of it. They don't seem to be interested in you at the moment.
Gander, is there a door to your left?
Yes, but there's also someone on the wall.
Do you think they might have problems beyond us?
Considering that there are bugbears, maybe.
I mean, we haven't determined if the bugbears are aligned with them. Or how they got in. We're the ones who came through the gate.
It's not like we closed it when we came in.
True, but you think they would have... I suppose. At any rate, we should probably figure out what our next action is. If we're investigating more in this cult, that church might hold more information.
There was a priest there, and two people who did not want to be there. They looked like guards before.
I think we should secure a plan of exit as well. If there's bugbears coming in and we did leave the gate open, it might not be the best way to go. I think if we can get that river chain down and secure one of those boats, it would be a way out of here that would be relatively safe.
Yeah. I want to see what's in this room next to us, pointing over to this wall.
Well,
I'm gonna see if I can sneak past him so he doesn't notice me.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make a stealth check.
I'll follow along with Kendra.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
9.
Flick?
17. Well, there's something I'm actually good at.
Kendra, as you slip out, and you guys head towards you continue towards the door just west of you. You don't look back to even see if the guard noticed you or not.
Nope, because I don't want to kill him. Gonna open this door.
Okay, so you tug on the door and it holds tight, and you hear the jangling of metal against a bar.
I don't have heat metal yet.
I have less potent acid that may work. Only had some of that Amkeg stuff.
I may have to go into the valley and get you more then.
I saw something dragged over the map.
I was like, what the hell was that? Oh, there's a ghost.
These blue bits on the map, are these windows?
Yes.
Oh, then there looks to be a window right there.
Time to look in with night vision cat eyes that glow in the dark.
Going to look in with human eyes that don't.
So, Flick, you look in. Kendra, you see nothing. Flick, you see just it's completely pitch dark in the room anyways. So you just see what looks like gray shades of what you think are wash tubs. Looks like maybe some curtains that are just kind of gently swaying.
Yeah, it's a bathroom.
All right.
Does the window open?
It doesn't look like it does.
Darn. We're not that far along in innovation yet.
I mean, we could open it.
Good. I have a rock.
Do you need to go, Kendra?
No. There could be people hiding here. We could try to get information.
You guys figure it out over there?
Oh no.
Let's send Rowan through. I'm sure she'll open the window quite nicely.
Oh yes, the one that's making a lot of noise.
Okay. So
Plain.
yeah, as you guys are discussing this, Rowan, make a stealth check for me.
Sure. Yeah, that's, with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
9.
Hey.
All right. So, you feel a rush of wind past your ear, and as you turn to look, you see the guard that you had previously missed that was up on the wall, and he is in the process of loading his light crossbow once more.
This one here.
Yep.
Oh. Can I go ahead and immediately Sacred Flame him?
Yeah, go for it.
So I'm gonna see that he shot at me. He'll move up to this corner,
Light him up like a fucking beacon.
and then let's see, Dex save of 13.
He fails.
Ooh, 1d8. Son of a too.
All right. So you bring down some flame upon him, and he is just as freaked out as you are and is able to shift backwards. And we may as well go ahead and roll right back into initiative here.
Boy.
Flick.
21.
Rowan.
17.
Kendra.
Oh dear. Oh, that's a nat 1.
If it's initiative,
Plus-
you basically just need to go
Plus
eventually.
3, so 4.
Liam.
We're rolling initiative.
Yes.
24.
Oh my gosh.
Watch Buckler Road.
I
Okay.
just looked. And dynamic lighting was free for July 9th to the 19th. We had one game
Are
during
you
that time.
serious? All right. Liam, you are up. So you were still in the room, but you heard a chink as something metal hit the wall just outside. And then you saw Rowan dart towards the other side, the other building across the way.
I'm gonna run beside Rowan
Okay.
and just ask, well, what's going on? What's going on? And that's my turn.
All right. Flick. Other Kendra, you're up.
Kendra 2.0, new and improved.
Oh.
I wouldn't go that far.
It can do fire and acid. Well, we already knew there was a guard there. Looks just gonna roll up in the open, bring up her gear, and you know what? I'll have Shadowpot help me out. And well, no, he has to be close to the target. That would work. I'm just gonna shoot at him with firebolt.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
And fire.
Oops.
As a blast careens through the night, impacting square in the chest as the orange fluid bursts into flame.
And he screams out and perishes. Rowan, you're up.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, look at the initiative tracker.
Are these? I'm not doing the right thing. Is this doors on the ground level
Yes.
or? Yeah. I guess I will go ahead and rush up to these doors and open them.
Okay.
Throw
So
the doors wide open.
you try and
Honest.
open the doors. Make a strength check.
That would be a natural 1.
Okay. So in your haste, you just tug and you hear the jangling, and that's as much as you get. And you do hear surprised voices on the other end.
We got people here. That's my turn.
Which
Can
will
I
bring
see anything
us-
over here?
Okay. So, Rowan, another person comes out of the shadows just behind the other body and is going to make a shot at you. And that is 15 to hit.
This is.
Misses. Okay, so it goes to strike at you just as you're pulling on the doors, and the arrow actually lodges into the door itself. And you realize there's another person behind you. Kendra, you are up.
All right. We're gonna. How much we can do? Because we have identified that everyone that looks like that is weak as hell and will die to any of my spells.
They've got like 10 or 12 HP ish.
Right. Well, in that case, we're going to get to this corner here and kind of just look around and firebolt, since that cannot kill them. That was not the right die to roll. I rolled as if I had already hit them. That was an at 20.
Okay. What was the damage you rolled? Or, well, actually, what's the
Fire.
full damage?
Well, the full damage is 10, and I rolled a 9.
Well, it's full. Okay. So this guy goes up into complete flames.
What the fuck?
I said 10 or 12. I wasn't totally
Oh
sure.
my god, I was trying not to kill him!
You probably just like exploded and boiled out all his internal organs with that one.
No!
With very little effort, you realize it's becoming easier and easier to kill.
I just look back over at Liam and Flick and just start hitting my head against the wall. That's my turn.
So Rowan, as you are standing there, you see this one go up in flames, and you start to notice there's just blood dripping slowly down the stairs.
Business as usual for a guild out of Waterdeep. Oh. Hit the out of initiative again?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even trying at this point. Did they just die?
Guys, I'm pretty sure there's more inside here. I can't get these doors open.
Oh, well, since we're on a roll. What a fucking dumb idea.
Andrew, if you're worried about killing people, maybe throwing fire shouldn't be the first thing you do.
I didn't think it would kill them.
It is fire, after all.
Alright, I've got a dumb idea. Does it look like the doors will open towards us, or that they open in?
It looks like these open inward.
I got this. Rowan, step aside. I'll show y'all how it's done.
Back up, out of the way.
Going
All
to
the way back.
I'm gonna just run as hard as I can and try to charge into the door.
Okay, roll a strength check.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, a 5-foot-something sorcerer woman is slamming into wooden keep gate doors.
That's a 17.
Yeah, so you run full tilt for the door, and you do take 2 points of bruising damage
Damn.
against your shoulder as you stumble back to the ground, and are just slightly stunned for a moment.
Is this a human thing running into doors?
No. Get up. Trying not to show that my shoulder hurts. No. Just wanted to check something. Gonna go now.
You want to try the church door? It
Yes.
does have a handle.
Gonna open the church door.
Okay. So you tug on it and you get the same effect. It seems to hold tight.
You really like door bars here.
Wonder how they're like an Eldritch Blast. I'm just mad at this shit. Being denied access. What happens if you get a nat 20 with an Eldritch Blast against a door?
Can you target an object with Eldritch Blast?
I don't know. I can fire a beam. No, it's a creature, so that meant nothing. Although I assumed you could fire a beam.
Unless it's a mimic, and then it would be be quite upset.
Ah, it is a mimic. I know. I've been hitting things with Firebolt that I shouldn't be able to.
I think Firebolt lets you.
Oh shit, that is a target. Oh well.
You can target objects with Firebolt, so.
But why not Eldritch Blast? The spells do the exact same amount of damage. May I change what I rolled for Firebolt so I may target it?
You may roll again to target it.
Oh,
Nice try.
nice try. It's not a nat 20, but that's 23.
Okay. So you slam this thing, and the door flies inwards, and it ends up knocking several pews down the way over.
Oops. I don't like that. I see the initiative
Oh
tracker
boy.
again.
Oh boy.
All right, guys.
We're just being thorough.
We like to fight things.
Apparently.
We had like 10 straight sessions of almost pure RP. It's a little pent up.
Hold on. I gotta get rid of things on here.
I got a
Hold on.
feeling that here and the Stone Monastery are going to have the exact same outcomes.
Look, face it, the tower is going to have the same outcome.
Well,
No.
yeah, but okay, we got water, we got earth, we got air. Where's the fire one? I need to find the fire one because I feel like that's not going to be very fair.
Well, you just have to wait for the fire one to attack.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Yes, that was the.
It's true. It's true.
All right. So, the door flies open inwards, knocking over several pews, and you guys can hear that droning bell sound suddenly ringing out very loudly. And it occurs to you that the warning bell is coming from inside here. I need everyone to roll initiative.
$19.
15.
Liam?
12.
Rowan?
6.
I did not roll well on initiative that time.
My first initiative roll for tonight was, what, like 7? Although Rowan did just get 6.
All right.
What's your dex mod, Rowan?
+2.
Same as me.
Mm-hmm. You and I are very similar with our stats.
Yeah, we both had the same amount of health and had the same. That's why I'm trying to fill in as kind of a frontliner here and there, but most of my offensive stuff is ranged.
And I
Okay.
tried to run in with my shield.
I got a shield now too. Just needs upgrades.
All right. So Kendra, as you blast this door in, and you hear the ringing bell loudly coming out, you rush into the building and you see. Oops, that was hide, not reveal. You see familiar faces. The three same individuals of when you had gone in there previously.
Oh. Hello.
And you are up.
Okay. Well, going to take out my dagger and just go to stab them in the shoulder because they're right there.
Is that priest? He's like between two squares.
I'm not gonna worry
I'm
about
curious if Green Flame Blade would be able to affect him or not.
Would he? Would it be effective?
Okay.
Oh, no. That would be a no. I'll just go die now. That was not one.
Okay. So you aim your dagger at this individual right in front of you. And they have been expecting this after seeing this door blow in, the alarm going off for quite a while. They've been waiting for you. And they dodge out of the way. Anything else?
Yes, offhand. We can try that. That's a 17.
17 hits.
That's 3 damage.
Okay.
And that is it.
Don't block the door!
Liam, you are up.
You can move through my space.
Okay. I'm going to. Here, that should be 25 feet. 25 or 30, depending on the way I do it. But that's going to be my full movement. And that's all I'm going to do.
Okay. Flick.
Hang on. To exercise the cat. Oh, Liam. Kendra's stabbing at someone. Liam is staring at someone. I suppose let's go say hello. He'll make the opening volley. And as Flick brings up her gear, these two both need to make a dex save of 14. As a blob of green goose splashes out from the end of your cord.
Okay. The top one fails.
The other one succeeds.
Yes.
One that failed takes 5 acid damage.
Okay.
And bonus action, we're gonna do telekinetic shove. This one away from Kendra.
Okay.
It needs to make. This is in a weird spot in my stuff. Needs to make a DC 14 strength save.
Strength.
Strength.
6.
So fails.
Yep.
It's pushed 5 feet away along the wall away from Kendra.
Okay, so it gets pushed up onto this table, and the entire table gets shoved backwards some.
That's my turn.
All right. Rowan, you are up.
Protect the spellcaster.
Yeah, so I've seen all my friends running into the church and hearing the commotion. So I'm going to come running in myself, going past all my friends, wanting to be in front of them to protect them. And as I'm running, I'm pulling out my warhammer, and I'm taking a massive swing at the guy right in front of me.
Okay.
You're still muted, Kendra.
I don't like that I just saw some arrows pointed at Kendra.
That would be dirty 20.
This is
Okay,
just
that
the window
hits.
you can see the sunrise from. Don't worry.
There we go. So it'll be 8 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Wow.
So you swing at this as you come up to this individual, and after swinging and the face turns back to you, you notice it has some barnacles into its skin, with some sickly green around it. Its hair is twisted into almost like dreads against its head, which also looks like that same kind of moldy green is growing down it. Anything else?
Nope, I will stand there.
Alright. And that brings us to the one that got shoved into the table. Seeing Rowan right next to him, she is going to pull a long sword out and take a swing at you, Rowan. That is 8 to hit.
Yeah, misses.
Yeah. So her back twinges as she pulls that sword up and completely misses. Next.
Bring it, Barnacle Boy.
Man.
All right. So the one right in front of you, Rowan, with the barnacles.
Barnacle Boy.
It is actually sorry, I'm trying to read this. Okay, it's going to you see it pull a small piece of what looks like metal out, and you see his lips move, and it throws the metal towards you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
23.
What was it?
23.
Oh, you definitely succeed. Okay.
They are a cleric.
So the metal bounces off of you, and you feel something grasp at your arms, and something tighten around your chest momentarily, but you're able to shake it off.
Alright, he's a caster. That's good to know.
And it is going to use a bonus action
been a while since we've fought something that can do more than one thing.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so that brings us to the other character behind him. Okay, sorry. Making that sound really retarded. All right. This one is actually going to move out of the way. No, it's going to come straight for Rowan.
That's right.
And
Don't.
that is 16 to hit. No, I'm sorry.
Misses.
Yeah, that's 16. Misses?
Misses.
Okay. So this one tries to swing at you and also misses. Kendra, you're up.
Okay. Don't want to get in. Okay, I'm gonna go my full 30 feet over to here. I have a little bit of cover, and I'm going to use my last second level spell slot to cast Scorching Ray. All right, first beam going at Barnacle Boy. Oh no, I feel like that misses. That's an 8.
That misses.
Second beam. That's a 13.
Which one? Same?
Barnacle Boy, yes.
That one hits.
Okay. And the last one, 20 something, so that hits.
Okay.
3 beams, right? Yeah. 22. That was it. So where's my d6? 1, 4. Alright, so he took 16 fire damage with 2 beams hitting him.
Okay. All right.
And I would also like to, with that spell being cast... No, I don't have enough. Damn. Never mind. Never mind. That's my turn. That's all I can do.
Okay. Liam.
Well, it seems like everyone is attacking Barnacle Boy, and I personally not one to neglect a lady, so I'm going to go at her with dagger.
Okay.
Talon, right at her face, swiping down.
Do it.
Sacrifice on the altar, I see.
I mean, if it works, who knows what dark magic I'll get. That is a
Dagger, stab someone on an altar.
15 to hit.
15 hits.
Fantastic. And that, I'm close enough that I get sneak attack, right?
They have another enemy within 5
Yeah.
feet of them, yes.
Okay, just want to confirm that.
Yep.
And you don't have disadvantage.
Fantastic. So that is...
And we gotta find some way to get half our party packed active.
I'm not a druid, sorry.
Okay, that's 15 points of damage.
All right.
You're gonna have to rely on something other than your pretty face.
Anything
That
else?
was I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my short sword now. And that is Gonna see me hit again. And that is another 3 points of damage.
All right. So she takes both of those. And the blade's slicing into her. And she just looks at you and her eyes flash. She sneers at you. Anything else?
Isn't there tougher than the scrubs outside?
I apologize for my sexist comment I made to her, and I just say, I'm sorry. This is how it goes.
Ignore the road.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's just how sexism goes.
Chuckling, hearing Liam say this over my shoulder.
Oh, it's amazing. Flick.
I mean, saying that she has to go down with a pretty face, that seems a little sexist.
Oh, that was
Where's the score
hilarious.
again?
Flick, you're up.
Oh dear. I'm pretty much. I run on cantrips all the time. Unlike Kendra, who has like 18 million spells.
No.
Kendra's running on cantrips, I think.
Yeah, I have one more thing to maybe get a spell slot back, but probably not.
Oh, let's just kind of go up here to encircle them a bit. Actually, I'll go right here and get flanking with my friend Rowan here. Yeah, flanking will cancel out. The advantage to flanking will cancel out the disadvantage from a melee range spell attack, and we're just gonna see if we can coat her with some of my orange pain fluid. That'll do it. That's 25 to hit.
That hits.
For 7 fire damage.
Okay. Anything else?
Spider Bot will take each shot. For a 21 to hit. And that
Definitely hits.
is 4 forced.
Alright.
Spider Bot doesn't hit hard, but hits consistently.
Rowan, you're up.
I'm gonna look at Barnacle Boy in front of me. And I'm gonna not swing my warhammer, but I'm gonna point it at him and cast Toll the Dead. Because he's definitely lost HP. So he needs to do a wisdom saving throw of 13.
You're doing a wisdom saving throw against a priest.
Fails.
And he does have HP missing, right?
Yes.
So he takes 1d12 necrotic damage. Come on. So he takes 7 necrotic damage.
Alright. Anything else?
Nope. I'm a woman who stands her ground like my friends. Everyone hit me.
Just as a note, the one spell that I cast earlier was Ray of Sickness, in case anyone didn't realize it.
Alright.
Other than that, I've just been doing cantrips.
That will bring us to the one that Liam stabbed earlier here. Liam, since she is looking straight at you, she's going to make a swing attack at you. which is 14 to hit.
My 8. If they
Beats
hit
it
my,
beats.
excuse me,
Beats it beats.
if it meets, it beats.
Yep.
Yep.
And it beat.
Okay.
My AC is 14.
Okay. That's going to be. Of course. 3 damage.
How much?
3.
Okay.
You feel a breaking across your thigh as this shark tooth longsword sweeps across it.
Lady. Trim those nails.
Are you wearing armor, Liam?
I'm wearing leather.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
I think everyone in the party actually has armor now. Kendra.
Uh, if you no, nope, that's good. All right. So Rowan, Barnacle Boy is going to. You see him turn and start to run away. You are able to take a opportunity attack if you wish.
Of course. $13.
That hits.
Oh, wow. Ten to bludgeoning damage.
All right. So it turns to run, and you swing at it, and it just spurs it on as it moves forward.
Is he moving past me?
It's moving up into this corner.
No.
And
Clambering over the pews.
yeah. It's actually going to, you see like drips of water coming off of it as it makes a dash towards the corner. And then it turns, and Liam, you're the first that senses it. You feel a coldness start dripping down around you. And the rest of you start to feel it as well. As freezing rain and sleet start to fall. Let's see. This would be... Kendra, you're the only one that does not get hit in this.
Nice.
But the area becomes quickly saturated with an icy wetness. Oh, Kendra, I'm sorry. You are within it.
Is this Sleet Storm?
Yes.
Well, he's in it too.
Yep, he's in it too. And so the ground is covered with like slick ice. It is difficult terrain. And that will bring us to...
So he's just making the ground difficult terrain?
Well, no. On your first turn, you'll have to make saving throws. So that'll bring us to this one, which is going to make a swing at
Do they have to
Rowan.
make saves too?
Huh?
Do they have to make the
Yeah.
saves too?
Yeah. They're going to make a swing at Rowan. He makes the dexterity save, and then he swings at Rowan for 16, which I think misses, does it not?
Misses.
Okay. So she swings at you and misses. Kendra, you are up.
All right, time to make that dex save.
Yes.
What's the number I need?
That would be 13.
Never mind, nat 20.
Okay.
All right, I can't wait for that nat 1 that's going to come up. Okay, so this is all difficult terrain?
Yes.
Okay, then that means I can walk up to him. What the fuck's he gonna do?
Do it and find out.
Since I actually, yeah, I'll be here just so I don't have to attempt to. Huh?
Why bother moving?
Because I want to block the door.
From him getting out or other things getting in?
Either.
The door is barred from your side.
Oh well, damn! I wish I knew that.
You know now. You can move forward if you want.
What we'll do is from here, I will cast I'll cast Firebolt using my last sorcery point to make that a bonus action. And that is a 13 to hit.
It hits.
Okay. It's 5 fire damage.
Okay.
And since that was a bonus action, we're now going to, with one hand, Firebolt, the other hand, Eldritch Blast. That's a 19.
That hits.
And that is another 5 force damage. Using the rest of my movement, I just get all up in his face.
Okay. Liam, you're up.
So first, it's a dex save, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You're on icy terrain.
That's an 11.
Okay. So you go to try and move forward, and you slip and fall prone.
And that's the end of my turn?
You can use half of your movement to get up.
And that is what I will do.
Okay.
And then I will take Talon and I will go back to work on the nice lady in front of me. And that is 15 to hit. That hits, right?
Hold on, I'm thinking. If your movement is already halved and you use half your movement, do you even...
He didn't spend any movement to... If his base movement
okay,
is 30
so he
feet...
can't send... Yep. Okay, so 15 to hit.
Yep.
Yes, you hit.
Okay, and then... With sneak attack, that's 13.
Damage?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. So you slice across this woman's throat, and you just see it slice clean open, and she falls into your arms.
I think it's very hard for Swashbuckler to not get sneak attack.
Yeah?
I mean, lady, I know we just met, but don't fall for me.
Didn't you just apologize for that sort of comment not 10 seconds ago?
I mean,
No.
Liam dancing with the women.
Brings us to Flick.
I don't like that caster. I'm gonna shoot the caster.
Make a dexterity saving throw first.
Alright. That's not good. 9.
Okay, so you go to try and shoot at her, and you wind up falling prone to the ground.
And I'll use my movement to get back up.
Okay.
And now I'll shoot the cat. In the corner. Uh, 16 to hit on Barnacle Boy.
That hits.
Alrighty. This is fire. For a whopping 3 fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah, Spider Pot's gonna shoot him too.
Not necessary.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
So you hit him, and he goes up into flames before your eyes, Kendra.
I just watched the broken glass.
Did you want to do anything else?
Yeah, I'll shoot the lady with Spider Pot.
Okay.
14 to hit.
14 hits.
Or 5 force.
Okay. Rowan, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna take a swing at the one next still standing. Do I get a advantage because of flanking?
Oh yeah.
So 15 to hit.
That hits.
10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Go ahead and explain how you do that.
So basically, after witnessing Barnacle Boy leave me, which saddened me, I'm going to take my Warhammer and basically come up from my left side and just do a nice little turn and just spike down. Be like out of frustration of the Barnacle Boy leaving me. Aim straight for the shoulder, so it just disintegrates the shoulder of this person.
She screams as the shoulder just disintegrates away, and she tumbles into the pew and perishes.
Excellent. Let's see if we can get that alarm turned off now.
So you see a rope kind of swinging off to the northwest corner, and it's just jangling, and it goes up into the roof area. You don't see where. It doesn't seem to be any discernible way of someone getting up there that you can see.
You know what? When Barnacle Boy died, did that instantly stop the difficult terrain?
Yes.
Okay.
It instantly melted away, just
Okay.
dissipated.
Because I didn't
Got
have to do that save.
Can I make a small suggestion?
Okay.
Before we do anything else, we should probably heal.
What's your
You're
health at?
100% right. I will just use healing light on myself.
Just saying.
Oh boy, I healed 1 HP.
Nice.
Wow.
All right, that's it. I'm out of healing stuff. Unless either Rowan or Flick wants healing from Healer's Kit, I have no more healing.
I'm technically okay right now, but where are you at, Leo?
I'm at 15 out of 27.
Didn't you purchase a bunch of potions?
Then I handed out to you guys.
Oh yeah, I have a potion.
You any?
Well, yeah, we do potion, don't we?
Yeah, I'm gonna save that for when I'm at 1 HP, because that will 100% heal me to full.
Right.
Has the alarm stopped since no one's pulling the rope?
It's not.
What if we just went over and, like, just stayed on the rope, so that way it would stop swinging back and forth?
Okay, so are you gonna do that?
I'm just gonna... From being in the church for half my life, would I know that a constant force pulling down would stop the momentum of the bell going back and forth?
I mean, it sounds logical.
Cool, we're just gonna do that. I'm just gonna hold on, jump up, and just hang on to it. It'll make it loud for a second, but it should dissipate it after a while, so I'm just hanging there.
All right.
While she's doing that, can I investigate the room?
Yeah, go for it. Make an
Oh,
investigation check.
wait. Don't
Or-
walk away from me, Liam. Gonna walk up to him and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, so Kendra, as you do so, you jump on the rope and pull it down, and you hear it clang, 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 and then it seems to steady.
Going to very gently let it go back up, so that way it doesn't have any more momentum to clang back and forth.
You're healed 6, Liam.
I'm gonna take a peek out the window.
Perfect. I'm now at 21. And that said, oh, wait, why can't I? Oh, there we go. I was having trouble changing my HP. That said, let's begin the investigation of the room. Hopefully
Yay!
better than I have been. Nope, that's another 11.
Can I run a check on the room?
I'll
Yeah.
help investigate.
Oh no, I'm sorry, that's not 11. That's a 9.
Okay. Liam, the whole time you're in this place, your mind is still traveling back to the last time you were here. And you're just constantly distracted by the idea of what happened last time. And it keeps distracting you as you're trying to look around and search for things. Rowan and Flick, what did you guys get?
18.
3.
Okay. So you guys search around and you don't see anything really of value. You see the altar at the west hand side, which was the table that the one Reaver crashed into. There is a crudely painted symbol on the wall above it that resembles the symbol that Liam had described, and then Kendra also recognized of the X with the bar along the bottom, horizontal bar linking the bottom limbs. Other than that, you really don't see much else in this room.
Let's see if Barnacle Boy's got anything interesting on him. Clearly one of the more standout types of this keep.
Okay, so you search through and you don't find anything on him. You're able to pluck off a couple barnacles.
Ew. Anything out the window?
Not that you're seeing.
I see the edge of a token peeking through.
You stopped the bell, right?
What was that?
The bell was stopped, right?
Yes.
So, guys, there were people in that other room that we couldn't open, or that Kendra attempted with her shoulder.
There was movement in there.
Sounded like I heard like surprised gasps when I tried to open it.
Oh, the main building? I'd imagine there would be quite a few people in there.
We still haven't found Corvette.
Well, we could try to go in there, try to break down the door and get through and see who's in there and have another battle, or we could try to go down towards the water, since we don't know what's there. So either a guaranteed fight or the possibility of no fight.
Well, where's the likelihood of having Corvette in now?
I don't know where they would keep him.
There's only
Could
one
be-
building here that's particularly secure from what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And Liam did say he found a secret passage inside the building.
Okay. Well, I gonna be honest, I am pretty much out of magic. All I got left are cantrips.
Cantrips are a perfectly fine and useful thing. Says the person who
Stay
only
behind
has
me.
3 spell slots ever. All I do is cantrips. Basically like a warlock, worse. Anyway, there's only a couple key places left to even investigate here. And Rowan's left.
I walk out and up to where those other bodies were and look up here.
Any more bugbears outside?
So Rowan, as you are up there, you see the bodies. The puddle seems to be going further down. There doesn't seem to be anyone else atop there.
No. Unbar this door and take a peek.
And I'll
Okay.
take a peek around the corner as well. We're all taking peeks.
So you unbar the door and you pull it inward.
Yes,
Okay.
whichever way it opens.
You pull the door inward, and they're loud as you open them, and you peek your head out. You see another courtyard outside. Are you going fully out?
Sure. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Okay. So you go out fully, and you hear a gasp, and then suddenly a body comes flying at you.
Oh.
Bring the hostile flying at me.
They come at you, and you feel a punch to the jaw, and take
Are they going to make an attack roll, or am I just taking a hit?
4 bludgeoning damage.
So I can't even bring the shield up.
Not at that moment. You are as surprised as they are. And you can make a reaction now.
I'm just taking a hit. I keep thinking I have a reaction, but it's on my other character entirely.
Well, you could take your action. I'm
Right,
sorry.
I'm just thinking
Yeah.
the character has Pact of the Tome, which lets them, as a reaction to taking. Hilarious.
Warlocks.
Yeah, I'm just gonna attempt to psychically shove them back and say, well, that was great.
Okay. Yeah, go for
They
it.
have to make a strength save of 14.
Okay. Yeah, they fail.
So 5 feet straight back.
Okay. Any damage with that?
No.
Okay.
That is just a bonus action. Does it do anything? No, it's just 5-foot shove.
Okay.
I want to get a better look at them and get the shield up.
Okay. So
Were you intending something with that?
you see the individual, they're scruffily dressed. They look like they've got
A
patches.
large alchemy gear pointed square at them, too.
The what?
Flick's alchemy cannon thing is now pointed squarely.
Okay. And you see patches of dirt all over them. The individual, after getting shoved back, just looks up at you, wide, terrified eyes, hands out, just heavy breathing, almost looks like they're hyperventilating.
Nothing to say, no apology.
The individual is going to make another run at you.
Flick is ready and shield up and everything.
Okay. That is 18 to hit.
It actually hits.
Okay, so this time, he's gonna run straight at you, and just basically throws himself into you, into the shield and everything, hands flying, and that's only going to do 2 damage as a hand just kind of smacks into your head.
Fine. We'll play it that way. Yeah, he's getting shot in the face.
Okay.
Spider Pot help action to remove the disadvantage. And that's a nat 20.
Okay. Yep.
So that's 10 fire damage.
Okay.
As it just explodes out the end of her alchemy.
Okay. So the fire overtakes this individual and it gets flung backwards. And he just screams, and for momentarily, the wide eyes of terror, just you could see the flickers of flame in them as they die out, and he is just a husk. Okay.
I gave him the chance. Anything else out here running at me?
Not at the moment.
I get a better view of... Yeah.
Yeah. You can see... all that. Anyone else?
Yeah, what's gonna just see peeking.
You see the building in front of you and the same yard as before.
I think she was trying to look this way from around the corner.
Okay, if you're heading around the corner, then
Yeah.
you're seeing the rest of the courtyard, the path going downward, and where it basically goes around towards where Flick is at.
Gonna look at the area that the gardener was working in and think, oh, I haven't seen him in a while. I wonder where he is. I hope he's okay. Because he seemed like he wanted to warn me about something earlier. Be a shame if something happened to him. Oh, what's that screaming noise? Well, fuck.
You see Flick rubbing her jaw with one hand, looking quite annoyed.
What happened?
He attacked me. Twice.
Is there any way to recognize who this was?
I mean, it's very common clothes. There was definitely patches of like dirt around the knees.
The name played over his head. It says generic villager.
Yeah, there was what you could see left in the fingers. It looks like there was dirt covered fingers and such. Make a yeah, I don't know. Let's say just make it a basic otherwise intelligence, I guess.
Oh no.
We only have one intelligence-based character in the party.
Yeah, this is more for, I guess, recall.
So would that be history?
Yes, thank you.
Thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes it a 15.
Okay. So yeah, looking at this individual, you would recognize it as the gardener.
Flick. He was important. He was trying to warn me about something before when we were here. It was the gardener.
What was that line you used, Kendra? I won't hurt you if you don't hurt me.
Don't go making sense. Stop that.
I feel like I'm one of the few people here making sense of anything.
Is there anything that you found over here?
No, just someone punching me in the face.
Great. I'm gonna go over to this ledge here and peer down into the water, see what I can see, and unveil this part of the map.
Okay. So.
Right, I'm tired of this lack of vision. Flick snaps her fingers and Spider-Pot helicopters up to the top of the tower.
Yay!
See what's around.
Question is, how do I? These double doors over here, I can't ping them, but right by Rowan?
Right here?
Yeah. How do you ping that?
Just have the basic select and move tool. Do you have anything else selected?
No.
Okay, then you just hold down.
Left click
Hey,
on
click
it.
and hold on a spot.
Ah.
Yeah.
But is that ground level, or do I have to climb stairs to get there?
No, that is
Ground
ground level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm going there.
Okay.
Try to check if I can open the door.
Okay. So just as they had tried previously, it is very much locked. And it does not budge.
Interesting. Is there a keyhole or a lock that I have access to?
You do not see any.
It's barred.
I want to get in that door.
You got in that door, then they threw you out.
It's dark.
Isn't there a way in up here on the wall? Because that's how they got us in the first time, right?
That's just damage. Kind of like down here. It's just weird appearance on the wall.
I mean, I do remember us coming down that way before. I'm not sure if that was. Sure not. Hey, I go over there and check.
I like that big boat. We should take that.
Where did you go, Rowan?
Down.
Oh, you're headed that
Looking-
way?
Yeah, if you like get into the big area from up here.
Okay. So you tug on the door and it does not move.
So there is a door there.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I really do think that we need to get into this area. It's dark. It's totally locked. There has to be treasure in there.
Well, we're over here. Let's see if this door opens. Check your corners and all that.
Yeah, you're able to open the door and it swings open.
Anyone rushing at me? I have my shield up this time.
Can I just start making my way towards Flick?
The second the door opens, you are hit with this rank animal stench. It just hangs in the air and permeates everything in there. And you see filthy furs, there's discarded
You tugged the scarf up.
bones. They're just littered in the interior of the tower. And you see three basically like burlap bedding around the bones.
This is where the bugbears were from. So, pulls her scarf back up over her face and takes a cautious step inside.
Yeah, we can't see. It's so blackened.
You're cutting in and out really badly.
Oh,
No, I
There's a-
gotcha. Yeah.
yeah. By the way, guys, I'm in the path of the hurricane, so if I drop out,
Oh,
This one missed us, and I'm in Florida.
I'm
There's a fucking hurricane coming for you?
yeah, Hurricane Henry.
Oh. Okay.
It's going for Long Island.
oh man.
Hera.
Wow. No stairs or nothing. This tower is just a bugbear bunkhouse. Just gotta step back out and close that door.
Okay.
Does
I'm
this
gonna pull a
tower have, like,
Kendra.
visible second floor?
You're gonna do a what?
I'm gonna do a Kendra. And just run at this door. But I have a shield in my hand. So I'm gonna just use this protection.
You know, that just kind of spreads out the impact area and you don't get as much force that way.
Puts more force on the hinge.
Roll me a strength. Or athletics, I guess. Athletics.
Kendra's gone. It means I get to be Kendra.
That's a big nope. That's a 4.
Okay. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall backwards.
No one sees it
Seriously,
though.
is this running at doors a human thing?
No one sees it though.
No one hears it. No one sees it. You
So
alone
did it happen?
know that this happened.
You're forgetting, Flick has big ears.
And is very far away.
I was gonna say that would be impressive hearing.
Is there like a visible second floor to this tower?
It is just straight up, it looks like. No
Inside
flooring.
too? Straight
Yeah.
up? That's an awful waste of space.
It looks like at one point it might have had a second floor, but it's completely crumbled. And it doesn't look like something they've yet put any efforts towards.
Well, we've got the keep, and we've got one more tower. And the bathroom, if you want to check that out.
Is my door wood?
Yes.
I pull out the hand axe and start whacking at it.
Okie dokie. Go ahead and let's say go ahead and make 4 attempts.
Just doing it as an attack.
Yeah.
21.
Mm-hmm.
$13.
Okay.
10.
Mm-hmm.
8.
Okay. So you're able to take a small splintering out of one area. Do you want to continue?
I mean, I'm gonna keep going until someone tells me to stop.
Okay.
I'm gonna go this way, and I'm gonna assume Kendra is following me because chat. Does
Oh,
Kendra follow me to the other door?
yeah. We'll say she's following you.
But not too close.
Well,
I'm
no.
gonna go up here. Is there a door up here for the room?
No.
Well, then I wasted that movement up there.
It's not like we're in turn order.
I still want to complain about having to go up there and not finding anything out.
I just want to check all the outlying situations, and there's a tower down here, which I might be able to see by now. From the top of the stairs.
Yes. You
Ooh,
see another keel boat down there, and you see a guard assisting someone. It looks like they are quickly stowing things into the boat.
kill him.
Good evening, gentlemen.
This one swings around and holds up a crossbow.
If you two wish to leave, I won't say anything about it.
That it?
I see no reason for any further untoward death.
Just came to gloat that you saw us, and then you're just going to turn around and leave?
Well, we're not leaving yet. We're just giving you the opportunity to do so.
This one looks at the guard with wide eyes. The guard kind of looks back at him and gives him a quick nod, and he quickly starts stowing stuff back into the boat as this guard keeps an eye on you, Flick, but slowly backs down.
What is happening? My cat unplugged my Ethernet cable.
So
Well,
we
this cat's threatening
assumed
guards.
you were going to follow Flick down this way. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you came upon another keel boat down at the bottom. You scale down, it's about 20 feet down these stairs, and the guard, Flick announced himself, and the guard, basically Flick gave him the option of leaving. And so the guard is warily watching with crossbow pointed, while this other individual stows things into this boat.
All right.
And we're going to go check out the other tower, keeping an eye on the guard and shield up.
The crossbow follows both of you.
We'll even open the door for them, I think. I've come full circle.
Mhm.
It is like just yesterday.
All right. So you guys are headed that way. Liam? What are you doing? Where are
Oh, I'm
you?
doing Liam. I'm doing Liam things.
Okay.
Um,
We're worried about.
I am going to see these doors if they're unlocked.
Which ones?
These right here.
The
Yeah,
stable
we
ones?
went.
Yeah, the one that my character's right in front of.
Okay. Yeah, they're unlocked. You guys were there previously.
Okay, I'm just gonna go into this dark space and see if there's anything in there.
Okay, so before you can get to the dark area, what you see is the ceiling has been caved in on the side that you're on. It's caved towards the horse stables for the most part, but there is where the dark spot is, part of the ceiling has kind of caved down. It looks like there's some little maybe shadowed hole areas. As you go into that area, you hear a slight scuffling and some quick breathing.
I am going to be very, very silent and continue to walk in and investigate.
Okay, you can make a stealth check.
Ooh. That's 16.
Okay.
Am I stealthy enough?
You think you are?
Fantastic. I'm also going to roll investigation.
Okay. Go for it.
As
That's a
Liam
40.
suffers short-term memory loss.
Well, I know that there's the one guy in there, right? The one who is scared of us.
Mhm.
But now I'm alone in there. So
Oh boy.
so that's a 14.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm in there, I'm stealthing, I'm looking.
Okay.
Anything happen?
No. You hear the breathing kind of calm a bit. A little bit more scuffling. Sounds like feet being pulled in. Otherwise, you don't see anything. You see a lot of broken bits of ceiling, wood, old, moldy hay.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna move towards the sound.
Okay.
But quietly. I'm sneaking still.
Okay.
Cool.
Anything happen?
No.
Okay. How close am I to the sound?
Are you actually crawling into the area? Because the
Yeah.
roof is kind of caved. Okay. Make a stealth check at disadvantage at this point.
Roll two lowest of the two.
Yep.
Is that disadvantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't count.
Ah, god damn it. That's an 8.
Okay.
I say god damn it because I also rolled a 19. Um,
So you crawl through one of the small, it looks like little holes, and as you stick your head through, you suddenly get a boot to the face, and you take 3 damage and feel a bruise starting to form on your cheek as you hear a startled gasp and some whimpering as the tire roof shifts a bit, the fallen bits, precariously.
Hey! I'm just here to help.
No,
Just here to help. You're gonna get crushed if we don't move you.
no, just go. Just go. I was fine here before you came.
You're gonna get crushed. You're gonna get killed. We don't want that. Come on.
No, I was fine. Please, please. I
I
didn't mean to do anything. I'm sorry.
I'm not angry. I'm not here to hurt you. I have no weapons. I'm just here to help. Come on. I'd rather you not die.
Are you one of the guards?
I am.
They wouldn't help.
I
don't believe
just
you.
joined. I'm just learning. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I'm starting to think that maybe this place isn't for me. But luckily, there's a group of people here. Clean this out. We can get out. So come on.
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, okay.
Open.
I'm gonna use my last luck.
Mhm.
That's a 13.
Okay. So you hear some more scuffling, and as the breathing picks up a bit, and then the breathing catches a moment. Why would you want help?
Because I'd rather no one die around me. No one innocent.
Then what the fuck are you doing here?
I thought this would be the best place to help things, but clearly that's not the case. So come on, let's get out of here.
Is everyone dead?
I don't know. There are some people dead, but we can get out of here. Come on, before this thing collapses. We don't have a lot of time to talk.
And there's another momentary pause before you hear some scuffling, and you see a young man crawling out towards you. And as he gets close
Blue
to
cape
you,
on, right?
huh?
Still got that blue cape on, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Don't
as
sell the lie.
as he gets close to you, he pauses a moment and just kind of connects eyes with you for a moment. And you could see he's covered in dirt and filth and just looks terrified. And there are streaks down his face.
Okay. Can I pull him out?
You want to try reaching for him?
Yeah.
Okay. The second you try and reach for him, he skitters backwards.
I promise nothing, no harm will come to you. You have my word.
You back up. You get back, please.
Okay. I slowly back up. And I let him know I only want to help. Here's what I'll do. I'll back up. If you need my hand, I will give it to you. But I really advise that you move from there before this collapses in on you. I'd hate for you to, for you to come this far and get crushed. I'd rather that not.
All right, just back up. Just back up, please.
Okay.
And he shimmies his way out. And as he gets to his knees, he gives you a good once over, and you see him tense up again. and you see the fear come back in his eyes. Are you going to kill me?
No,
As his
No.
eyes lock onto your weapons.
no. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off my cloak and put it forward to give to him. So he has. I'm certain that his clothes must be damaged from being in that cave-in. I will give him a cloak. Then I will pull out the scimitar, put it on the ground, back up, and say, "For you, I want you to head to Red Lurch. Tell them that Liam sent you. There'll be someone there. Go to what's the inn we've been staying at?
The swinging sword.
Swinging sword in.
The Swinging Sword Inn. And I've rented a room there before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't sleep in it. Let them know that you want to go to Liam's room. I'll pay for it. But just go there and wait for us. Wait for me. No harm will come to you. I
You
promise."
could see he's like trembling as he eyes you and slowly reaches down and then snatches up the scimitar and holds it. Really, you could tell he has no skill whatsoever in sword handling, and it's just like shaking in his hands.
If you want to kill me, you can, but I promise you, no harm will come to you. Just go. Go there and wait. No one will harm you. In fact, anything that I will cover your tab for anything at the Swinging Sword Inn. But just go there for now.
And he
You have my word.
starts to back along the wall, sliding along it, still trembling, and as he gets towards the door, tears start to come to his eyes again, and he gives you one long look for a moment before he darts out. And you just hear the slapping of feet as it goes away.
Is there any way to get that section of the map lit up?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Can't imagine it's much different from.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to see in there. Do you have dark vision?
I do.
Okay. So I mean you see a
remember
lot
Kendra.
of just kind of grayish areas, but for the most part there's just, it looks like rubble.
Okay. Well, I did my good deed. Now I have no problem killing a bunch of people.
Rowan,
Banging out the door with a hand axe.
go ahead and make 4 more swipes for me.
9.
Mhm.
19.
Mhm.
10.
Mhm.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So you're able to get a chunk out of it.
Here's Rowan.
Like a head size hole.
No, like a axe edge size hole.
I'm just gonna keep swinging at it.
All right.
Is this door open? I can't see the door. I don't know which side it's. The side I moved to.
Hold on, I gotta get back to where you guys are. Okay, so you pull at the door and oops, sorry, I just hit it.
It's suddenly darkness.
It suddenly darkens. It is barred.
again.
And if we want the boats to move, we'll have to get in here. Kendra, how about we blow up the door together?
Oh, how are we going to do? Just with some
We both
fire.
got firebolt.
All right.
Crossing the streams. $23 to hit.
That one.
Where did you
Don't
get
cross the
door?
streams.
And what did you throw at it, Flick?
Firebolt.
Okay. So you're able to. You hit the wood and you see where it splinters inward.
9 fire damage.
Yeah,
If you need
and
that.
but it just jangles a bit. And you hear a voice on the other side. A slight chuckle. And then a deep voice that says, "Shall I just let you in?"
That would be preferred.
Force of habit and all.
Force of habit to what exactly?
You try to break down a door that is barred.
That you're uninvited to.
Well, invitations could get lost or misinterpreted.
Well, allow me to interpret it for you clearly. You're not welcome here. However, if you wish to come in, you're free to continue to try. And should you enter, be warned. I won't hold back.
I'm gonna whisper to Flick, I'm not 100% for a fight right now.
Well, how
I
does
do
that?
not. I do not feel confident.
Well, let's just loud enough back. Let's just wait for the rest of our number.
Liam, what are you doing?
I'm not going up here. I'm checking if I can get into that room.
Okay, so you came around. So you pulled at that door, and it now opens for you.
What? That's some bullshit.
I think it's the guys that are riding the boat that left.
Oh,
Is my guess.
So I'm gonna go in. Is there anything in here?
You see two big wooden wash tubs that occupy the middle of the room. And there are a row of curtains along the west wall that seem to provide some semblance of privacy with several privies. And you see some, like a garden spade and some clumps of dirt in one corner.
I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm going to investigate the bathroom.
Bathhouse.
Bathhouse. That is. Oh, god damn it. I'm just not rolling well with investigation today. That is an 8.
Okay. You see some buckets. You see a spit area where it looks like there could be fire with the kettle over it. Or it looks like they might warm up water. Otherwise, you find a lot of shit.
What's the smell like?
Like a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. I'm not sure what I was expecting.
It's not as bad as the bugbear, but
This is the second toilet room we've investigated as a party.
Kendra,
Well,
What are you
Way
doing?
back in the caves. We found,
Mhm.
well, Flick found a toilet.
Still going at it? Go for it.
Uh,
I'm sorry,
what?
Rowan. Oh my god.
Oh, new counter. All right.
Oh! A new counter now.
Rowan,
Let's
are you
second
still
time
going
this
at the
call.
door?
Yes, I am.
Oh my gosh. All right, go ahead and make 4 more.
All right.
That's called determination.
12.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 1.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
And another 12.
Okay. All right. So on the last one, your hand axe gets lodged in a bit, and you hear a cling of metal against metal and a spark coming out. And it seems to have lodged a little bit. And with that, I'm actually going to have us do a 10-minute break, if that's all right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Girlfriend gotta go potty. All right. So
Second
we'll
it.
take a 10-minute break real quick.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Picking up ingredients whenever prompted by Donald and Goofy, try and get that 5-star restaurant, and trying to acquire each of the classic Mickey games. But when it comes
Heads up, food coming.
I opened the package of cookies, but they're like disappointing.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I was going to make that just like a this session thing, but it can keep going.
I
Alright.
think it should keep going, and then you have like a ongoing tally.
Just a damn spreadsheet where at the end I just show a graph.
Mm-hmm. I was like, here's per session, and then overall.
All right.
I would like to suggest, unless we're getting into combat, at the very least a short rest so I can get one spell slot back.
How? We're in the middle of like an enemy keep.
It's an hour.
Liam, are you back? No.
Yeah, now. I was getting a brownie.
Acceptable.
I got cookies and they're like powder.
Hey. Okay. So, where did we leave off?
Rowan smashing a door.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Rowan, yep. Your axe gets lodged into the door slightly. You feel that spark that comes off, and you get a sense that you've just hit the bar, the lock bar.
This one never got an X on them.
You want to try dislodging it?
Yeah, of course. I'm not giving up on this door.
All right. So go ahead and make me a strength check. Just a straight strength check.
All right. 18.
Okay. So, as you yank back on the axe, you feel it it jiggles the bar a bit, and the bar actually lifts and falls to the ground. You hear it clanging. And then you feel the door that now has several deep gouges in it suddenly smash into you. And a moment later, you feel a blast of energy hit you just fully in the face. And I'm actually going to throw you over to where you actually are, because you are not quite there. It actually leads over here. So if you had left on your map, I will reveal it here. Do you see where you're at?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I'm going to need you to roll for initiative.
Oh, God.
And actually, at this point, we may as well have everyone roll for initiative.
Got 17.
17. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Rowan, you're in the dark room?
No, I'm technically like outside still of the door that's up here that goes into the big area.
She's on the second floor.
Yeah, I'm on the second floor.
D&D maps work weird.
Yeah.
I went up this staircase here.
Yeah. So she went up the staircase, went in the door, which does not actually go straight into this area. It's a floor up. Okay. So, Kendra, what did you get?
I got it already. It's 4. I can edit my own initiative.
Oh, okay. Liam?
I have 23. 23.
23. Flick?
17.
17. That doesn't need to be on there. Hold on. And that is a 2. Okay. So, before we start that, Rowan, sorry, I'm getting used to the new person here. That would be, where is it?
Our music bot got kicked.
Yeah. That would be a 19 to hit.
It's
Okay. Rowan, you are going to take 6 points of damage as you feel a blast of energy hit you square in the face, and you stumble back.
what kind of energy is it?
Crackling energy.
What a damage type, I should say.
Evocation?
What are you getting attacked by?
I'm gonna guess 4.
Yeah, because I have resistance to necrotic and radiant, so I was just curious.
Ah, okay. Not either of those.
Yeah.
I just mean everything's dark. Where's Rowan getting attacked from?
Roan, straight ahead. She has not had a chance yet after getting hit full in the face to properly look in front of her. However, Liam, that brings us to you. You are in the washroom.
Yes, I am.
In blue.
Do you see the arrows I have?
Yep.
I'm gonna move there.
Okay.
Rowan went up the stairs. I'm gonna try to catch up.
Okay. You probably would have heard some of this. Kendra and Flick, you probably did not hear any of this.
Yeah, you can dash, Liam, if you wanted to try and catch up.
And because he's a rogue, he can dash as a bonus action.
Ooh. So it would give me 60.
Yep.
Go 30 more feet.
Okay. So let me go there.
Okay.
Wait. I can only move 30 more, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
As your bonus action, if you choose to dash as a bonus action.
Okay.
But he
Then yeah.
also chooses to dash as a regular action.
No, I'm just gonna move over there.
Well, no, I'm actually legitimately curious. Could he also choose to dash?
I don't know. Let me check. That's a very interesting question.
I mean, you could essentially get up there if you didn't do a straight up and over.
No, I'm good with this.
Okay.
Rosa's written yes.
So he could move up to 90 in a turn.
Correct.
Complete balls to the wall booking it.
You gonna do that, Liam?
Nah, well, that means I can move another 30, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I'm gonna move to 30 to get beside Rowan.
Okay. So, yep, there you go. As you run up the stairs, you get right next to Rowan, who has stumbled backwards. Bits of door are flung past her. And since you are able to see into the room, all right. So you see a woman in there, despite what the picture looks like.
Yeah.
This is a
Good.
she's a large woman, probably just a little bit larger than you, Rowan. And she has this bluish greenish tint to her skin, and she looks at you with just almost looks like stormy eyes as she looks and glares at the both of you and holds her hands up. All right, that brings us to Flick.
So we have no idea this is
You
happening.
have no idea this is happening.
Flick's gonna knock on the door again and see if she can get the attention of whoever's inside.
Oh, you're knocking this time.
Yeah, no, Kendra's gonna walk away a little bit.
Yes, a thought occurs. We don't have invitations, but that hasn't exactly stopped it. But we're not exactly here to kill everyone. Some of your companions here are quite keen on leaving. If you were to join them in that, I don't think we'd be opposed or getting in your way.
Why would we want to leave?
Well, you could always join the rest of your companions here.
You could. Or you could join us. And you hear a clanging as the doors shift a bit.
And what would we be joining you in?
Come and
The
find out.
afterlife.
Shield up to push the door open, but not enter in.
Oh, pushing the door open?
Yes,
Okay.
just to see. Shield up at the ready. Full alert.
Okay. So yeah, as she opens the door, damn it, I keep doing hide. I'm in music.
Is music stopping a good or bad omen?
I don't know.
Yes.
All right.
My, this is much nicer than the tower with the bugbears.
I'm glad you think so. And since that's basically your action is talking to them, that's going to bring us to Kendra.
That's not what initiative says.
The initiative hasn't been organized, I think.
Okay.
Oh wait, yeah, it is.
Oh, hold on.
It brings us to other Kendra.
I said Rowan, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
No.
Oh my gosh.
All right, adding another.
But I was like, wait a minute, like,
What in the world?
I was not answering because I was like, I'm not Kendra.
Good freaking night.
So I'm going to
Yes?
I'm going to walk up towards into the door. Up to this person, like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not here to hurt you.
It's the axe at the door.
We heard there's people trapped here. I'm trying to help get people out.
Anything else?
You know, there's
No.
like 2 corpses on the wall behind you.
I can't see that far back. What are you talking about? And I'm just gonna stand next to Paisley and be like, trying to see if I can calm him down.
Okay. That'll bring us back to real Kendra and Rowan. Or real Kendra and Flick.
Okay, another counter.
Yep. But starting.
Wait,
Not
I'm
supposed to
real
be called
Rowan now?
Rowan. Literally
With-
the counter.
Oh my gosh. Alright, Flick. The one right in front of you is going to run towards you and make an attack at you.
Of course.
Oops.
At least the door's out of the way.
Yeah. That is 11 to hit.
Nope.
Alright, swings and misses. They'll use the rest of their movement to back away. You can take a swing if you'd like.
I mean, they're still within 5 feet of me. They haven't moved out of. Unless you're saying that.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Okay. That'll bring us to the next one. Which is going to move back into this area. I suppose I should reveal that area. Yep. And she's going to throw a javelin at you. Oh my gosh. For 10 to hit, so nope.
I think I'm the second hardest to hit character, AC1.
Oh my gosh.
Although a 10
And
wouldn't hit any in the party.
that will bring us to this one. Which is just going to pale mail run at you and swing at you. Oops. And misses.
They're all like an 8.
A 4. And Kendra, you're up.
Okay. Can I see this person?
Yeah, you can see around. Like,
All right. I need them to make a dexterity 13 saving throw.
Am I being
Since I-
caught on fire?
No. Wait.
that's an 18.
No. So that was an 18?
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, well, nothing happens.
Okay.
That's my turn. I'm useless.
You have fireball. How are you useless?
That brings
Because I can roll a nat 1 and hit you, or I could have them try to make a dex save and make it so you can hit them with advantage.
So that'll bring us back to Rowan and Liam's area. Rowan, you just got done speaking to this individual and trying to convince them that you are not here to harm them. And you see her smirk at you. And she looks you dead on with a tilt of her head. Well, aren't you unusual?
I've been called worse.
You'll be called dead in a few minutes. And she is going to... you're going to see that same beam come at you once more.
At point blank. With a ranged spell attack.
Might not hit. That's a... yeah, 15.
Misses.
Okay. So she goes to throw this same spell at you, and it misses. Okay, and that will bring us to Liam.
I'm going to very quickly tell Rowan there's a time and a place. This isn't it. And then I'm going to rush at that woman with talent. And that is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. And sneak attack's a thing here, right?
Are they within 5 feet of an ally?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
yes.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm probably gonna ask every time.
Oh no,
Okay.
no, you're good. You're good. I was thinking about something else. I apologize.
probably gonna work out for you pretty well because I'm always like getting in the face of people.
I think the only situations where sneak attack won't come into play for you, Liam, is if you have this and you don't get it, and if you are next to two enemies and they are not next to it.
So that is a 10.
10 damage?
Yep.
Alright.
That means my bonus action to go at it with my short sword.
Okay.
Which is
Liam, after
yeah.
you hit with the first one, you feel a freezing sensation travel up your arm,
oh god, Armor of Agathis?
and you lose 5 points.
God damn it. I'm at 13 now.
I'm impressed. I did not expect you to know what it was just by the damage that you took.
Oh, that's it happens a lot in Critical Role.
Oh,
Yeah.
Travis Willingham.
Travis uses Armor of Agathis like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So like when she said I got damage and we're in a water themed place, I was like, oh god.
these are warlocks.
That means back up and shoot them.
Well, I am now going to not use that as my bonus action. In fact, I'm
Disengage is bonus action.
yep. I'm gonna back up. And that's it.
So you're disengaging?
Yep.
Okay. Alright. That'll bring us back to Kendra and Flick's area. Alright. Flick, you notice just beyond at the edge there's a curtain, and you see a head peek around. It is a blue-faced head. Looks male, big cheeks, dark brows, looks portly, and you see blue fingers twirl in the air towards you, and you see the lips moving, and you feel something dark and tail around you. You're not sure exactly what just happened. However, from this point forward, you are going to be at disadvantage with any intelligence. No, I'm sorry. With any wisdom.
No saves or anything against whatever that was?
No.
Okay. I'm fairly certain these are warlocks then. Because this is sounding like Hex. So we have Eldritch Blast, Armor of Agathis, and Hex.
Alright, and then he peeks back behind the curtain. That will bring us to you, Flick.
Alright. Tired playing games. Let's see. Gotta find it in my pants here.
What?
I'm rolling through my inventory.
Oh.
I organized everything because of bags, and then I unorganized it because the bags didn't do what I wanted to.
We heard the same thing, like...
Yeah. Through your pants?
It's just your inventory. Rummaging in your pants.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Checking your pockets.
It was just out of blue.
Okay. Flick brings up her gauntlet, to which is attached and affixed a magic wand that she's been carrying around for some time. And is going to point it square in the face of these two here, and each of them are eating 5 magic missile.
Okay.
She discharges the entire thing into them.
Okay.
Let me do that, just so I don't forget. I have to roll a d20. Okay, it's not broken. Okay, so I have to roll a d20, and since I'm using all the charges, and on a 1, I rolled a 20. What a waste of a 20. Because it's just, if I roll a 1, the wand is destroyed. Anything else, nothing happens, because I'm using all the charges. But, let's see how much damage each of these takes. Let's start with the one on the...
Okay.
It's magic missile, so unless they can cast shield, they're just taking.
They're taking it.
So let's see. 5 plus 4 plus 4. I'm gonna have to start writing things down.
That's 13.
Plus 3
16.
plus 5.
21.
So the top one takes 5 damage, or takes all that.
The top one?
Yes.
21. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other one?
5 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3 plus 5. I think I just did 21 damage to both of them.
Okay. All right.
Are they still standing?
They are.
Oh. And as a bonus action, I will shoot this one in the face with
Okay.
Spike Product. Come back here. 15 to hit.
That hits.
Or 6 force damage.
All right. So this one gets blown backwards after just getting blown in the face. And the body just slides under the capstone?
Capstan, yes.
Capstan.
And we'll duck back here from cover from the one shooting. And I think that other one might get opportunity attack on me because I don't think it can engage me directly through a wall.
You are technically still within its threatened squares, but there is a wall giving you full cover.
Oh, so I have full cover, but I'm technically threatened.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yay, full cover.
Mechanically, it would not work to try and hit you. All right. So
I like it.
that brings us to Rowan. You are up.
I will basically say, if you're gonna give threats, you better be willing to stand by them. And I'm gonna point at them, and I'm gonna rush forward and basically press my hand against her chest and do inflict wounds. Can I? Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna do inflict wounds at second level.
Okay.
So let's see here. Nine to hit. One hit.
It does not hit. So
course not.
you reach forward and she turns and your hand actually jams into the wall. Anything else?
Guess I will just. I saw Liam move away, and I know she'll get an opportunity attack, but I'll go ahead and back away.
Okay. Okay, so you are backing away. She's going to take that moment and
Yeah, you think.
can you do a spell reaction like that? Opportunity attack?
Spells. The opportunity attack is attack action.
Okay, so she's going to try and hit you.
Plus they have Warcaster, which I think lets you do.
Oh, and definitely misses. Alright, that brings us back to Flick and Kendra. And one of these is actually...
Yeah, if you have Warcaster, you can use a reaction,
Okay.
but you have to have Warcaster.
So that one is gone. And this one...
How did the two melee focused characters get the easier fight?
I don't know.
This one's actually going to come out and is going to take a swing at you, Flick. And that is 17 to hit.
If it means it beats.
Okay.
So yeah.
That is 8 damage. And then this other one is going to... Actually, I should probably do this first. Yep, this other one's going to come out as well. And is going to take a swing at you as well, Flick. Oh, and completely misses. Kendra, you're up.
Shield is useless. It's either a complete whiff or above my AC anyway.
Alright, we're just gonna walk forward and do a Word of Radiance. They have to make a Constitution saving throw. DC 13.
The one right in front of you?
Rolling that one.
Both of them. They're both within 5 feet of me.
Okay. You said 13?
Yep.
They both fail.
Neat. They both take 5 radiant damage.
Okay. This one definitely perishes. Anything else?
Nope. That's all, folks.
We gotta get you some bonus actions.
Well, I guess we could do this to give Flick advantage, and then we're done.
Do what?
Moved.
Oh. Alright. And that will bring us back to Blue Lady with Rowan and Liam. Alright, she is going to come out of the doorway, and she's actually going to go for Liam this time, since both her attempts previously have missed. Yep, that is 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
All right. And that is 10 damage as you feel a beam of crackling energy slam right into you.
They're definitely warlocks.
I am down to 3 HP.
This ain't going too well.
Is this closer or further from death than when you fell off the Chimera in mid-flight?
I took no damage there because I got saved.
Right, and you can still be saved here, but if one managed to save you,
I just don't want to die.
you are standing next to a cleric.
Alright, that's quickly running out of spells.
I have 0 spells left.
All right.
Is there anyone in the party that has spell slots?
Do you still have the potion I gave you?
You have a spell slot.
I do. I also technically have a Spirit of Dying cantrip, so.
That brings us to Liam.
God, I don't know.
You just got blasted and you are really feeling it.
You could throw Talon. And then throw your short sword. Can you throw a short sword?
Wait, I took 5 points of damage from Armor of Agathis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does she still have Armor of Agathis then?
She still has the armor. She just does not have the other part.
Which is the damage if I hit her.
Mm-hmm.
So I can hit her and not take damage at this point.
The armor effect only lasts as long as they have the temporary hit point.
And since she got hit with... Did you deal more than 5 points of damage?
Yeah, I did 13.
Okay, yeah, they don't have it anymore.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to get right up in her face. And with Talon, I'm going to swipe right at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 13.
That hits.
Okay. I'm going to go all out on this. So here comes... Oh boy, here it comes. 7, and I'm throwing in sneak attack. 11. That's 12 points of damage.
Okay.
And then, how's she looking?
Pissed?
Is she looking rough?
She looks still pretty good.
Damn it, okay. I'm gonna go with my bonus action. I'm gonna swipe my sword. That's a 20 to hit. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. That hits.
That's 1 extra point of damage.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay.
Don't let me die!
That's going to bring us back to Flick and Kendra. And... Okay. So... Flick and Kendra, you see this bulbous, portly man come out, and suddenly you watch as its form changes, and starts in like the face, and it's kind of bubbles and moves, and all of a sudden it just turns into a giant, almost like water, like wave creature, like a whirlpool wave with arms and such. And it is going to go for you, Kendra. I'm sorry, Flick.
All right, adding it to this counter.
All right, so that is 18 to hit.
Yep.
Okay,
This
All
is me, Dad.
so this large, like water serpent, essentially, comes up and is going to grapple you and constrict you. The water is going to circle around you, and you are going to take. It's 12 damage.
That's down.
I have no way of helping you.
You can force feed me a potion.
Aren't you grappled by this?
Am I grappled?
Yeah.
How is this gonna work?
And that's its turn. Flick, you would be next. Can Spider Putt do anything without your say?
It does technically have a turn.
Uh-huh.
You have to make a death save first.
Yeah, let me figure out what Spider Pot does, then I'll.
Okay.
Because yeah, I know I gotta save. Yeah, it can't like do anything of any note without me. It can dash, disengage, help. No. The only action it can take on its turn is dodge, unless I tell it to.
Okay.
So let's make a death save. That's an 8.
Okay. Okay. So that's going to bring us to Rowan.
Okay. I'm just gonna run up to this woman
Mhm.
and take a swing at her.
Okay.
As I drop my dice. Nope, that's a 7.
Okay. So that misses. Anything else?
Yeah, as my bonus action, I'm gonna use my Harness Divine Power, which allows me to get back one of my level 1 spell slots.
Okay. All right. That person's dead. Okay. So you take a swing at her, and she's able to dodge it once more. And then we come back to Flick and Kendra. The one right in front of you, Kendra, is going to make a swing at you since she knows Flick is currently not an issue.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Okay. Well,
Did almost perfectly enough to take me down.
that was a 1, so she did not hit you.
Nice. Nice.
She actually stumbles forward a little. And that brings us to you, Kendra.
The only thing I can do, if I can even reach Flick, which I'm not even sure would be possible, I haven't used the healer's kit on her yet.
I don't think being grappled blocks other people from interacting with you.
No, but it's a snake made of fucking water, so I feel like the rules might change a little bit.
Didn't you have a scroll that lets you like control water or something?
I have a scroll of a water wall. But even then, that's a pretty pretty risky. Would I be able to tend to Flick quickly using the healer's kit?
Flick is
That'd be
currently floating inside of this thing. You could
Right.
reach inside.
I have no idea what the hell's in this healer's kit, but it might be good enough. All it says is an action, no rolls required, so we're gonna be a dumbass, get close, reach inside of the water, and just tend to Flick. This is so dumb.
Good Lord, what the hell did I miss?
Flick is
Flick, you heal
his
for
first death save.
Flick, you heal for 12 HP.
It'll be my magic number.
Welcome back. You're
Welcome.
coming.
So
That's
somehow
actually
Flick like reaches into this watery serpent and, you know, almost
did
like
it.
she's
You
helping
really
someone give birth. She somehow magically like tends to you underwater
The arcane EpiPen.
and gives you the Heimlich essentially. As water comes
You-
spurting out of your lungs.
You one-shotted why I walked away for literally 4 minutes?
I had to... No, they've been hammering on me for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But they rolled an 18, which beats my 17, and did 12 damage, which is how much health I have.
Anything else, Kendra?
That's all I can do.
Alright.
Ugh.
So, we'll head back up to the others while Kendra still has her arms deep inside this water serpent. And the other woman looks to Rowan and Liam. And a grin crosses her face. As she will also suddenly, the grin morphs and her face starts to bubble, and you see the skin turn translucent as her body gains girth and she turns into a big water serpent.
Oh,
And
God damn it.
she is going to go straight for Rowan. Uh, 13? Alright, so
This
she goes to try and surround you with her form, and you are able to dodge out of the way. Liam, you're up.
Here we go again. With Talon, I go for swipe, and that is a 16 to hit.
16 hits.
Okay. Okay, with sneak attack, that's 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And now to make a bonus attack with my short sword. Ooh, that's a 10.
Remind me. Resistance is they roll at disadvantage, or How does that work? If they have resistance to something,
They take half damage.
half damage. Okay. 10. You said.
Yeah.
That does not hit.
Well, I'll be damned.
How much damage on the first one did you say?
I believe it was 15.
15,
Okay.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's all I got.
All right.
I am dangerously low on HP.
And that brings us to the water serpent next to Kendra and Flick. Flick, since you're already inside it, it's going to make another attempt at crushing you.
I just healed that damage.
Which it just completely misses.
This chainmail shirt's gotta be good for something. It's rust resistant.
It seems unable to constrict its form with these other pair of hands within it.
Fuck
Flick,
you.
that brings us to you.
Debating if I want to try something crazy.
My hands are in there, good sir.
That's perfectly fine.
What the fuck? Are you gonna pour acid in it?
I have more interesting things to try for,
Oh no.
since I'm inside it.
Oh no.
Depends on how creative the DM wants to get. Because... I'm going to play it safe for this round. And I'm going to drink a healing potion. That's my action. 2d4 plus 2. 3, 4, 7, 9 hit points. Making a healing potion for my...
Okay.
And... updating all the nonsense. That was not as strong as I thought. I guess all I got left is bonus action, so... Spider Spot's gonna shoot this thing. No, yeah, this thing.
Okay.
That's a 20.
That hits.
Only 6 force damage.
Okay.
All the things get 20 odds. Freaking Spider Pot.
And that brings us to Rowan. Giant water serpent before you.
Since I just witnessed this woman turn into a water serpent, I don't feel like swinging my warhammer is gonna be the greatest. So I'm gonna basically reach out and be like, I'm gonna toll the bell. I'm gonna toll the dead.
Okay.
Nice loud ringing of a bell, shaking this water serpent.
Uh-huh.
That will be... Oh wait, no, you have to do a wisdom saving throw,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
At
13.
7.
And she definitely has damage, right?
Yep.
I could use some heals.
4 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And then as my bonus action, I'm gonna healing word Liam.
Okay.
Excuse me. Ugh, gosh. You heal 4.
4 points.
4. Yep. I rolled a freaking 1.
It's better than nothing.
All right. Back to Rowan and back to Kendra and
Oh.
Flick.
What was that?
All right, this wench is gonna swing at you, Kendra. For 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Did you say they were attacking Flick or me?
Kendra, real Kendra.
Real Kendra, that hits me. 16 hits me.
Okay. So that is 9 damage.
I'm in danger.
Andrew Wiggum.
And then this one will step to the side. Kendra, you're up.
I think it may be time to have a little sippy sip of this potion. No. No. I swear to God.
Roll what? Oh my gosh.
I rolled all ones.
Wow, that dice needs to go. Actually, no, keep it. It can't possibly keep going at 1.
So that's 8 HP I get back.
Okay. So this reaver just swiped across you. You felt the shark teeth along the edge of the blade ripping at your skin. And as you see her move, you're just like sucking down potion real quick. Anything else?
Oh my god. Oh, there's... I guess... Can I try to free Flick?
To pull her out?
Plan. I have a plan.
You have a plan? Alright, if you have a plan, then whatever. I guess I'll just... I'll stab this one.
Okay.
No, I won't.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 9.
Okay. Yeah, you miss. That'll bring us back to Rowan and Liam. I don't know anyone's names anymore. All right.
Let's start.
I was
let's
wondering
start
if
saying
Liam was part
classes.
of this. I was like, Liam's left out for not being misnamed.
I almost said Flick. All right. So, the blue woman is in her serpent form, and she's going to go for the easier target. So she's going to go for Liam.
Oh, she called you easy. Can you take that?
The less
Only
armored
personally.
target, I'll say that. That's 14 to hit.
Just hits.
Okay.
That's his AC.
All right. So She slams into you, and you are sucked into the form of her. And you take 8 damage.
I am at -1.
Okay.
So that's
And that brings us to your turn, so go ahead and roll a death save.
How do I roll death saves?
you roll a d20. If it's above a 10, you pass.
I thought it was 10 and above you pass, and then below 10 is a
Yeah,
failure.
Meet the beats. 10 and up, pass. Below a 10, fail.
You have a 55% chance to get a pass.
So you roll a 13. That's a success.
So success. You got your first
One success. Good job.
All right. That brings us back to the other side with the other blue monster, who Flick is still inside, and it is going to yeah.
I like to say how generous this serpent is for letting Flick be able to breathe while she's being constricted.
It's only,
So
it's only been like 18 seconds.
Y'all are much nicer than my other crew.
this, Kendra, you see this water serpent next, kind of behind you. You can just see it at the corner of your eye, as you've mostly been paying attention to the one that just stabbed you. And suddenly, you don't see her anymore.
Bad. That's bad. I don't like this.
But Flick, you notice, because you can still see, whoops, that
Kendra doesn't get an attack of opportunity?
you're still inside of her.
No,
I can't.
Kendra doesn't get an attack of opportunity?
I can't.
She can't see her.
There's no way for me to know that he just left my threatened square.
And that brings us to you, Flick.
Time to do some alchemy.
Okay.
And this is going to have to be entirely on what you roll, DM, because I'm going to do something dumb.
Okay.
So, we've established that you can interact with an object as equipping a dagger, that sort of thing.
You cut out partially there. What was that?
We've established that, you can interact with an object as a free action.
Yeah.
Part of the term,
Yeah.
like equipping
Yeah,
a
yeah,
dagger.
yeah.
or things like that.
Yep.
As a free action, I'm going to open one of my
yours and then it cut out.
Flasks.
I'm going to open one of my flasks
Okay.
while I'm inside this thing's body.
Okay.
Body is made of water.
Yep.
I'm opening a flask that is very full of powerful necromantic lichen
Okay.
inside of its body
Okay.
to release necromantic energies. As an action, I'm also opening acid flasks, which is the acid splash spell, inside of its body. So filling it with necromantic energy and acid.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, I'm commanding Spider Pot, which is still attached to my back, to shift and begin spinning its legs like a blender to blend all of this inside of its water body, full
We're
of
trying-
acid and necromantic ooze.
Okay.
You just made a very caustic snake.
Is this technically poison?
It's a vial full of lichen that is very heavily steeped in necromantic magics, which you gave me way back in the beginning, and acid, not poison.
So acid and necrotic?
Being blended by the spinning legs of Spider Pot.
Okay.
Either necrotic or poison, I would say, for the lichen.
The lichen even though it was necrotic, without some kind of activator, because when you pull lichen off of its living source and it's being kept in a bottle that has no air source to it, if we're going to be technical, it should have died in the bottle. Unless it's reactivated with some type of activator. So,
Like water and acid?
I didn't go to school for this. I'm only too
Magical
dumb
water
for
and
this.
acid.
the lichen, I'm going to say probably nothing. The acid, I'll let you do damage on that one. So, is this what was the acid from again?
The acid splash cantrip.
Okay,
It's
so
not
yeah,
a very high damage. I was just hoping to get something out of the necromantic lichen.
yeah.
If you want me to start from scratch and forget all of that,
No, I love the idea of it. It's just kind of hard to.
what would you say the lichen would need to react with to get something out of? Because that would be, in theory, something Flick would at least have an idea of. Would the explosive ooze work better?
I
rather than
don't
the
know. I don't know.
Because
Okay.
that would be heat. And
If you want it, I don't even know what damage to put towards this.
Well, the acid would be acid damage.
Okay. What are your dice rolls for the acid?
not that great on its own. It would normally do 1d6 acid damage, but it can target if they're in range. But it's on its own. It's just 1d6 because it's a crappy cantrip.
Okay, then let's just do let's just make it a 2d6 then to include the necrotic damage.
All right, that's a 5, and that's another 5. Another 5.
Okay. So 10?
Yep, 10 acid.
10 damage? Okay. Hold on. I added damage instead of... There we go. Okay.
Violently blended as Spider-Pod is taking the dash action inside of its body.
Alright, so... You're going to have to make a strength check to try and get out of it.
15?
Okay, so you are able to pull yourself out of it. And draw in a really deep breath. And I'm also going to... You're going to take 2 damage because you were inside of the actual thing that you spread all of the acid and necrosis through.
That's fine.
Okay.
Now I get to watch something vomit.
Alright, that brings us to Rowan.
Okay, so I guess I will immediately try to reach in and grab and try and pull out Liam myself.
Okay.
So that'd also be a strength.
Yep.
check.
Yep.
$17.
Okay. You are able to reach in and pull him out of the form. And you instantly notice that he is not breathing.
Giving potions is also considered action, not a bonus action, right?
Unless you're a rogue.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I don't think I really can do anything else right now.
Okay. Alright, that will bring us to this other warrior down here by Kendra, who is going to swing her sword at you once more.
Fantastic.
Okay.
What'd you do? What happened?
That's an 8 to hit.
Okay.
Alright, so that'll bring us to Kendra.
Gonna shank. Since we're just here. That's a 24.
Definitely hits.
Where's my D4? I swear to God. Fucking roll one again. Thank you. 7 damage.
Okay. She's starting to look pretty hurt.
And offhand, hit her with another.
Okay.
Never mind. 9.
Okay. Alright. Back to Rowan and Liam. Rowan, as you have just pulled Liam and dragged him to the ground, you see the water serpent turn towards you, and you hear a watery voice as the face leans down towards you. Ershnora. As she looks at you a moment. I wanted you to know my name as you breathed your last. And she will go for you this time, Rowan. Yep, that's a 21 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. That's 8 damage. And you are grappled inside of it. Liam, go ahead and make your second death save.
It's an 18.
Awesome. Alright. 2 successes. Back to the other crew. Water Serpent is going to make another run at you, Flick. That's 17.
If it meets, it beats.
I keep
It's the fucking 17
thinking
you've got now.
you're 18.
I know.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, it grapples you, and you take 6 damage. As the water form surrounds you once more. And it is going to use the rest of its movement then to head towards the water. It's your turn, Fleck.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what else I can do to try to get out of grapples. Kendra's not the only one with the old dry tricks. Oh, you can use a Dex acrobatics check to contest grapples.
Athletics.
Athletics or acrobatics.
Okay.
I'm just debating if that's what I want to do. Or shenanigans. I want out of this thing. I'm going to contest acrobatics.
Okay.
Or, yeah, acrobatics, because that's the one I can actually do.
Okay. It's DC of 12.
13.
All right.
You beat me by one, I can beat it by one.
So you manage to get with Spider Pod's help, trying to drag you out, and you are able to get yourself out of its form once more. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. That was unfortunately my action, but I'm not gonna stay here. We'll circle around. Might as well try to give it a shove into the river without me. So it's gonna be the strength check of 14.
Yeah, it rolled a 15 plus
Oh.
2 strength.
Oh well. It's gonna get to make an opportunity attack because I'm leaving.
So your arms, you try and shove, and your hands just, the
That's
water
it.
forms around.
I'm leaving, so it gets to do an opportunity.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that, and then kill me.
Okay, so it's going to try and constrict you once more then. And it misses. Your
Alright.
cat-like reflexes allow you to dart away.
We can go 25, 30, cat speed, 40, and we'll be up here. And that's all I can do.
Okay. Rowan, you're up.
Okay. I guess I will go ahead and from inside I'll do another Toll the Dead.
Okay.
So it's a wisdom saving throw 13.
Okay. That's 10. Fails.
Okay. So it'll be 9 necrotic damage.
Okay. Alright. The words seem to hit it. You see the darkness form inside it momentarily. Anything else?
I mean, I can't move, so.
Okay.
And I can't really, like, try to break as a bonus, right?
I don't think so, no. Like
Yeah,
disengage.
it's
Grapple in action.
Yeah.
Yep, fine.
Okay. Man, this fight's so intense.
You said you were gonna wrap it up. Now we're all gonna die. TPK time.
Alright, so Kendra, the one right in front of you is going to make another swing attack at you.
I would like to point out, though this would not be so difficult if we had done even a short rest.
That is... Oops, wrong sheet.
That is
14.
28 to hit. Oops, wrong sheet.
14.
14 hits. It's fine. 10 points of damage in one hit.
6.
Now I might be in some danger.
Okay. So she hits you and... That brings us to you, Kendra. Real Kendra.
I'm gonna stab her again. This is just two women in a corner stabbing each other. That is 13.
Does not hit. It just bounces off. She turns her back as you swing at her, and your blade bounces off her shield.
Okay. We're gonna try it again with the offhand.
Okay.
That's a 7.
Okay. Same thing happens.
This is not going well.
Nonsense.
All right, that'll bring us to Urshnora, who is going to make another run at you, Rowan.
Aren't I insider?
Yeah, she never escaped. She's still grappled.
Oh, I didn't realize she got a hold of you. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so she's going to restrict again, and attempt to do damage to you in that sense. Oh, thank God. 4 damage. And then she's going to attempt to basically move the both of you.
Can she
Well-
grapple 2 different people?
Is she going to throw them over the wall?
So I had pulled Liam out, so is she still, like, is she reaching down and grabbing him then?
No, just you,
Or... Okay.
because you're currently inside of her. All right, Liam, death save.
One more success and then you're stable.
13.
Success. You're stable.
All
0
right.
HP.
What does this mean?
You're not dead, but you can't do anything.
Yeah, you're basically unconscious. You're
not
breathing.
actively dying.
Yeah.
So I'm still at 0 HP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're unconscious, but you're not actively dying.
Okay.
You are down for the count, but the count has stopped.
Yes. All right. That brings us to the next serpent, who, now that Flick is out of range, is going to go for Kendra. And misses.
Oh,
And
I'm
Flick,
so easy to hit.
you're up. Not when they roll a 3.
I have the high ground. Now that Flick is no longer up close and personal, with the moon backlighting her, she brings up the alchemy gear. And from somewhere above Kendra, it starts to rain green. And both of the enemies there have to make a dex save of 14.
How smart of an idea would it be to try to run from them?
You attack of opportunity?
Water serpent succeeds, the other one fails.
Okay, the other one takes 6 acid damage.
Alright, so with them yeah, she perishes
It's raining green, and Kendra sees her face melt.
into
Oh.
a puddle. In true
And
Indiana
Spider,
Jones style. Anything else?
yeah, Spider Pot will have his day. He's shooting the water serpent.
Okay.
If I can not roll dice off my desk. That's going nowhere. I rolled a 2, so it's a 4.
Our rolls
Okay.
are doing great tonight.
Mine are mediocre.
Rowan, you're up. You are within
I
this
rolled great with the
creature's form.
D4 and nothing else.
Is it possible for me to drink the potion while inside of this thing?
literally what I did.
Okay.
Of course,
Well, then-
Flick has probably drank potions in worse situations.
I mean, it's not any weirder than Kendra trying to use a healing kit on Flick.
I don't. Nah.
Touche.
Inside of it.
Okay. So I'm using my potion of healing. As I throw him off the goddamn table.
What's the number?
We're both getting aggressive with that.
Oh my god. Max heal.
Oh! It was meant to be.
8, so I heal 10.
Okay.
Thank god. I was feeling a little nervous there. I can't do anything as a bonus action though.
Well, I mean, drinking a potion is...
It's using an item as an action.
It's an action,
Okay.
yeah. So that's it for me this one.
Okay. Kendra, you're up. Real Kendra. Kendra.
Real Kendra. Okay. Well, if I try to run, I will get slapped by water. So we will stand and fight. Make a Constitution saving throw, I guess.
Uh, 16.
Well, that was my turn.
Why do you keep using these save spells?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to try to hit it with disadvantage?
At least then there's a chance.
All right.
You got green flame blade.
This thing's made of water.
Urshnora is going to continue to try and move you, Rowan. Actually, first it's going to try and restrict you once more. Oh, it doesn't even have to try it. Just, okay. That's 8 damage. And then it is going to move you further down, and it's going to start to descend down these stairs. And that brings us to, well, Liam, you're still down technically, but you're alive.
Yep.
Reesh. Sorry. The other water serpent.
We know it's there.
Going for
Yay.
Kendra.
Of course it is. If I somehow get out of this alive.
14.
That
I'm
hits.
surprised I managed to last
Okay.
as long as I have at this point.
So the creature is going to slam into you, and you are brought into its form.
What a horrifying way to die for Kendra. Drowning when she's a pyromancer.
That is 7 damage.
Okay. I'm down, but not out yet.
Okay.
Are you like dead?
Uh,
Red 0?
I'm at 0.
the form wraps around her, and you see the bubbles come out of her mouth as she tries to scream, and Flick, you see that. Which brings us to you.
Can I shoot at the thing without harming Kendra?
You could shoot at it.
Not sure what to think of that face.
What? I mean, describe what you're shooting it with, how you're shooting it. What are we doing?
We've established that liquids going in it will harm people.
Different kind of liquid. Explodes on contact. Doesn't go in. All right, loading up a firebolt. Gotta do something. That's a 25 hit.
25 hits.
It's gotta have resistance to fire.
9 fire.
Okay, so it does have resistance to fire damage. So is that 5 damage?
If we're rounding up, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good to know.
Anything
I
else?
mean, it makes sense. It's water.
Still got a bonus action.
Uh-huh. Please use it.
You know what? I saved a spell slot for emergency purposes. I don't think it's gonna get much more emergent than this. Kendra, you're getting healing worded.
Oh boy.
I wouldn't do that if the thing went before you. So I rolled a 4. That means Kendra gets 8 health.
Nice.
Kendra, you feel something infused within you, and it's like oxygen has just filled your lungs, and your eyes roll back into
flaring.
sight. Rowan, you're up.
I think in this situation, I close my eyes and think about my Landra and Herodias and basically begging for me to be able to bamf out the wings and see if it has any effect of helping. So I am going to use my Radiant Soul.
Alright.
Now, so technically I gain flying speed, but I'm grappled. So I feel like it's not gonna actually get that, but I don't know how you wanna... I'm gonna try and escape.
Okay, so make a either acrobatics or athletics. No. All right. So.
Wait, I have inspiration. I'm totally using that.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
This is a time that I need to use it.
Yeah.
I'm using it.
If you're praying to God, should
Yeah.
hopefully be inspired.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
So much is happening.
14.
So you are within this form, the water just swirling around you, and you find a moment of calm where you reach inside and you think of Heronius, and in your mind you call out to Melandra, reaching for that strength, and you get a vision in your mind of Liam on the ground, the last sight of him just not moving. You get a vision of Kendra and other Kendra, and you're just worrying about them and the possibility of what's going on with them, and you feel this electricity come out through your chest and through your back, and as your wings unfurl, they unfurl out so far that you are able to immediately just fly backwards outside of this creature and into the air. You are no longer grappled.
And I'm actually hovering in the air, right?
Yeah, how far much move it do you have?
It's 30-foot flying speed.
Okay, so you can move up to 30 feet.
Directly above it.
Yeah, I'm going, directly above, slightly behind.
Okay. All right. Is that your turn?
That's my turn for now.
That's
Is
awesome.
it like we can see from over where we are?
I mean,
I'm not
unless
on top
you're
of the wall.
looking.
Oh, I just figure anytime she does this, it's like bright and glorious and light everywhere.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. It's getting pretty dark at this point. We're with you guys. Like the sun has set. It's pretty dark outside. There is the moon that is reflecting off the water at this point. So you may have seen a flash across the way. But that brings us to Kendra. You've just discovered you have air in your lungs, but you're still blocked by water.
What the fuck could I possibly do right now?
Flick, you see Kendra's lips moving and clearly see what the fuck.
I guess I try to escape.
Okay.
Athletics or acrobatics?
We're definitely going acrobatics.
We only have one character with strength worth it, Vic.
Yeah? Cool. That's a 6. Before you tell me if that fails or not, we're going to use Favored by the Gods. Okay. 11.
Yeah, you're still grappled inside there. You are scrabbling, trying to get out, and the fire within you is really starting to kick in, and you're getting really angry.
So that was a 3, plus 3 from acrobatics, plus 5 from Favored by the Gods. I'm not feeling very favored right now.
Anything else?
That's all I can do.
Okay. That brings us back to Urshinora, which, now that it sees you in the air, Rowan, it's going to make its way back up the stairs. And it's basically, Liam, I'm going to move you back towards the others. Actually, you know what? No, it's going to actually drop its form. You see it morph back into its human form as it looks up at you, Rowan, and it kind of nods at you approvingly. You must tell me your name. As it then throws its hand out, and a beam of crackling energy is going to come towards you. That's dirty 20 to hit.
Hits.
Ask for a name and then blow someone up. You don't even get the name.
It's 3 damage. I rolled a 1!
I don't know how. I feel like you're not supposed to be happy.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm freaking out. I don't want to kill I don't want to kill you guys.
Oh, well,
Okay.
too bad.
We did this. We did this to
I
ourselves.
asked for it.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
I came in. If character death is a thing, if it happens,
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. This is the first campaign you're running, right?
Yes!
Buckle up!
Alright.
if it happens, treat it as a story opportunity.
Yeah.
That brings us back to the other water serpent. Which is going to make another go at Kendra.
Listen, fella, I know she's pretty, but back off.
That's 14.
Yeah, getting this armor was a real help.
How many times today have you rolled attacks that have met the armor?
I cannot even. This die right here.
You did it to Liam. You did it to me multiple
Alright, I'm
times.
setting it aside. I won't use it anymore. Alright.
No, that's your lucky dice. You gotta use it.
On the bright side, that was 3 plus 2, 5 damage.
On the bright side, I'm only almost dead.
And you are grappled once again.
Oh boy.
You ever not grappled?
Flick, you are up.
I could shoot it more, or I can try some shenanigans.
I
think
want
we'll try some Kendra.
100%. Just do it.
Shenanigans or shoot more?
Shenanigans.
All
Might
right.
work.
I still have rope.
What?
Flick is also telekinetic. So, Flick is going to quickly loop the rope around the crenellations, and using Mage Hand to be precise, since we've already proven we can reach into the water surface,
Uh-huh.
wrap the rope around Kendra and start pulling her out of the water serpent.
Okay, so make either a... Well,
Well, Mage Hand can't pull more than 5 pounds.
It's wrapping the rope around Kendra, and then
you're
Flick
pulling.
is pulling.
Ah.
Okay, so that's going to have to be athletics.
I'm using a different time.
Use whatever good die you've got.
We're getting real.
Spider Pod is using the help action as my bonus action,
Okay.
so I'll use both die. $18.
You are able to pull. Kendra, you see this sparkling hand come into.
The hand is invisible because of its from telekinesis. She just sees the rope.
Yeah, I just remembered. He's invisible too. I already lost
Wait.
that.
I mean, you
Was he invisible from the invisibility spell?
Yes.
Was he invisible from the invisibility spell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Attack, so we wouldn't be invisible anymore.
Yeah. No, it's past. So you see this hand come into the creature and this rope wrap around you, and then suddenly you feel yourself being pulled right out of it, and you slam into the wall.
Sir.
Pulling all
And
the way up.
feel a scrape along your face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam.
But you are being pulled up the wall. And Flick, I'm gonna say that's probably gonna have to be the entirety of your turn.
I totally expected that.
Yeah.
Right now I'm dangling.
Rowan, you're up.
And you can shoot at it because you're not melee range.
So this water serpent is now back into normal form of the female. And she's
I
just
mean,
asked
it's-
for your name.
How is she looking? Can I tell that she's looking a little rugged at all?
She's looking slightly better than you.
Well, that ain't saying much.
Is back to human form. Do death from above with your warhammer.
It's kind of what I'm thinking about doing. Getting that nice momentum with my wings going into a dive, but I also don't really want to get too close.
It's got Eldritch Blast. You're gonna be hammered at any range.
Good point. Alright. Okay. I am going to take my warhammer and go into a dive with as much force as possible with my wings going back behind me.
She did ask for your name.
And as I'm starting to fly down towards her, as soon as I make contact, I'm gonna say, "Wouldn't you like to know?"
Do it.
Liam's rubbing off on you.
We spend a lot of time together, so yeah.
You do.
Well, with it,
Yes.
probably not.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. No, it hits.
Use the warlock.
Oh man. And because I'm in my Radiant Soul form, I get 4 additional radiant damage. So I gotta remember that.
It hits because she didn't get to re-up her armor.
So it's 8, 4 bludgeoning and 4 radiant damage.
Go ahead and describe how you... So after you say this, what happens?
Basically, with all my might, I'm coming straight down and aiming for her face. Because I'm, after seeing what she did to Liam in front of me, and the taunting, and the audacity to think that she deserves to know my name, I'm just fully putting all my might and strength and speed into making my warhammer meet her face, and thinking of Herodias and Melandra and how they came to me in a time of when I faced a dragon, and just remembering that anything that I would do to save the people that I care about.
As that warhammer smashes into her face, you feel a lightning bolt come straight down out of the sky, and it lights the warhammer up straight into the face of this creature, which turns into water and splits and just falls into a puddle onto the ground. And you lightly touch down onto the ground. Kendra.
So
OG Kendra.
I got up because this is the die I've been using.
Mm-hmm.
This is my girlfriend's die. So we're going to use this instead.
You are
Because
in a rope, being pulled up, scraping against the wall.
I'm surprised I haven't taken any damage from that yet. Am I still within melee range?
Yes.
Well, Flick, we have a problem.
You got a spear.
I do have a spear. I'm gonna do a little pokey poke with it.
Probably won't do much, but
You're probably right. I didn't even get a chance to hit. Unless its AC is 6.
No.
Okay, well, that was a two-handed weapon.
Okay.
So that's all I got, folks.
Do you want to continue trying to climb up?
if I had the spear, climb the wall.
Fuck spear climb. I assume that's doing an attack of opportunity against me because I'm leaving a threatened space.
Yeah.
So you might have a lot of dead weight very soon.
Oh no, I'm not using that dice. Sorry. Fuck.
It gets a nat 20.
If Kendra just explodes into gore against the wall.
Its hand reaches out towards you, and it's just this giant arm of water, and it's able to encapsulate you.
I'm still grappling Kendra.
You are.
Tug and forth.
Oh my gosh.
You remember that scene from Jurassic Park 2 with the two T-Rexes trying to tear that guy apart?
That's
This
10
is the best
damage.
How much damage?
10.
10 damage. Jesus Christ.
So Flick, you feel a pull on the rope, a tug on it, as you see Kendra become enveloped once more, and you see her eyes roll up once more.
This is going pretty well, guys.
Oh. That brings us to Rish, who is going to actually try and pull you and Flick off the wall.
The rope is looped around the crenellations. So
Yeah,
that's not happening.
he doesn't know that.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's going to attempt it anyways. Oh my god. He rolled a 20.
Alright, guys, time to roll a new character. I need you to know.
My dice never roll this good.
I need you to understand that I'm perfectly fine with this. Just keep going. Whatever happens, happens.
So, what
do you do against a freaking stone?
Okay. Just took one of the
So-
correlation off.
He tugs and is able. The water with all of the stuff that was still previously in it, that Flick had assaulted it with before, we're gonna say it was able to reroute it, and it ate away at the rope, and it broke the rope free. So Kendra, you are pulled back down. Flick, you find yourself falling to your butt as the rope is suddenly loose.
Oh, is it attacking me?
It used its turn to pull and to
Interesting.
break. Flick, you're up.
I don't have much that I can do against water, unfortunately.
Yeah, neither do I.
You have Eldritch Blast. You just have fireballs.
Yeah, let me just use Eldritch Blast against a fucking warlock. Let's see how well that goes.
I mean, better
You
than
gotta get
fireballs
you.
against a water elemental. I'm just seeing if there's any other odds that might still be in my pocket. I'm pretty tapped.
Yeah.
I guess all I can really do is try to hammer at the thing with my spells, so... No longer have the rope option. Shoot it with a firebolt and just hope to... That's a 1.
There. All I ask is for you to either hit it or don't hit me.
Our rolls, guys, our rolls.
I can't hit Kendra without also hitting side thing.
Oh, you know, fuck it. It'll just add a failure. Just hit it, you know?
Anything
you
else?
gotta kill the damn thing. I'm way too far away to get there fast enough.
13 hit?
Yes.
Oh,
So I get
hey.
that. 4 force damage.
Okay.
How's he looking?
Wet.
The same as Flick.
Okay. That tells us a lot.
Rowan, you're up.
I'm basically gonna assume that I saw that Liam basically became stable.
You see his chest rising and falling a bit. He's still unconscious and drenched and everything, but
So I'm just going to rise up into the air again and use a dash action to get as close over to Flick and Kendra as possible.
okay.
Lefty, how close is that?
Um,
What's your flying speed?
30.
Okay, so you can get you can get about right here.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Just close enough to see what the heck's going on.
Not inside the building, but
Yeah.
over the top. So just enough to get over, knowing that they are in that general area to find where they are.
How did this get over here?
I'm gonna guess that she accidentally selected both tiles when she was going.
What? Me?
This thing, yeah, this thing over here.
Oh, yeah, I did accidentally. Thank you.
Okay, well,
Kendra.
that's it.
Yeah.
That's a 7.
Okay, fail.
Doing great, guys.
All right, so Reesh, now that he has another victim, is going to make his way towards the water.
Oh boy.
Flick, you're up.
I can range on something.
You have line of sight? If not, you could probably just go over to the left one.
Yeah, I could move one.
I'm going to telekinetically pull Kendra out of the thing.
Okay.
And the creature can willingly fail the save. Kendra, do you willingly fail the save to be 5 feet Flick?
Do I willingly fail what?
Kendra
save
doesn't
can be
willingly anything. She's
I
unconscious.
I don't even exist right now.
Yeah.
She's fine with whatever's happening.
Hold 5 feet back towards Flick. Out of the thing.
Okay. Do you still need? I'm assuming you still need to do the strength save, or the.
It's just, as a bonus action, you can try to telekinetic one creature. When you do so, the target must succeed in a strength save or be moved 5 feet toward or away from you. A creature can will. I'm targeting Kendra, so she would be the one who would have, but she can
Oh.
willingly fail.
I can't willingly do anything at the moment.
Okay.
An unconscious creature automatically fails all saves.
So,
Okay.
going,
No, I'll allow that. Yeah. That's a brilliant use of it. Yeah.
come on, back out of the goo.
All right. So Kendra gets pulled 5 feet out of this thing's club water hand. And you see the
Everything
body flop to the
okay.
ground. Anything else?
Yeah, that was just my bonus action. I'm going to shoot it with firebolt.
All right.
Yeah.
18 to, no, 20, dirty 20.
Oh, yeah.
With freaking Spider Pot. Spider Pot has a +4, Flick has a +6.
Definitely hits.
That is 8 fire, so if resistance, 4 fire.
Okay. The
That's
fire
all.
hits it, and you see some of it starting to evaporate.
It's close. It's fucking close.
Kendra.
That does
Oh,
not look like a
fuck.
Kendra.
God
At
Rowan.
the corner.
damn.
On the
Why?
bright side, if Kendra dies, then we don't have this problem.
Well, then your new character will just be called Kendra.
Fuck.
Alright. It's in range. So from where I'm at, I'm going to do Toll the Dead. So a wisdom saving throw 13.
Wisdom shave.
Ooh. She rolled a 13.
If it meets, it beats.
Yep.
So
But
take
I
that.
will go ahead and use my movement then
Okay.
and still fly closer.
Alright.
Alright. Do not worry. I still have 2 more saves that I have to make.
Don't say that.
Oh my gosh. Oh no! Did you roll a 1?
That's why I said don't say that.
I don't have to tell you the number.
You rolled a fucking 1.
Kendra's dead.
That's why I said don't do that.
Kendra's dead.
Like-
Like that ones are naturally automatically 2.
Yes.
Yes.
Like dead.
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 And that is our 6th natural one of the night.
Alright. So, Flick and Rowan, you see Kendra lying on the ground, and you see a brief flicker of flame in her amulet as it lights up, and then it just dims to nothing. And she lies there, unbreathing. Which brings us to the water serpent, which is going to, still doesn't see Rowan. It's going to head towards Flick. And it's going to get to right about there. And that brings us to your Flick.
Well, this is a situation, Fubar. I don't have much of a reason to. Well, We're going this way.
Okay.
And you put your third death save failure. It just says dead next to your name. Go look at Kendra's character sheet. It just says dead.
Yep, I have that with one of my other characters. I was like, oh, that's nice.
That's the other downside of multi-classing, Rowan.
Hey, I'm believing there's a chance we can rectify this.
Well, I'm just gonna keep shooting at the thing. $21 to hit.
That hits.
Roll the 2 for damage, so 1 fire damage.
Okay. Anything else?
I got 15 feet of movement left.
Okay.
Just going this way.
Wait, did you hit?
Yeah, and did 1 damage.
1 damage.
Rowan, you are up.
It's still in the liquid form, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to, since Toll of Dead hasn't really been working, I'm going to do Sacred Flame. That's radiant damage.
Okay.
So it's a Dex save at 13.
That fails. 7.
Great. So 6 radiant damage.
Light fills it briefly, and you see more of its form dissipate. Anything else? It's looking really unstable.
I don't have any bonus attacks, so. Well. No. Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep hovering where I'm at.
It is. It looks to you, Rowan, briefly, realizes it can't get to you, and is going to make its way towards Flick. That's as far as it gets. Flick, you're up.
I'm glad I have additional mobility. I could play Rigor on the Rosie quite a while. Yeah, we'll shoot it first. 17 to hit.
That hits.
It's a 9, 5 fire.
So 3 damage.
No, I rolled a 9.
Oh, so 5 damage?
Yeah. And Spider Bot takes a shot.
Your fire damage, tell me how it kills it.
Oh, the fire damage? Just a last ditch blast. The glass blast doesn't even make it. Our equipment's running hot. It bursts in the air as the fire runs through the water elemental, boiling away its.
Yeah, it screams as the rest of its form evaporates off, and the form of the body falls to the ground, still in flames as it falls. Hand out, reached out. Oh my god.
Here's a question. The river, do we know if it goes by Red Larch?
It does not, but it does go by other towns.
Yeah.
It does go to Yartar, which is quite large.
How many days away from Red Larch are we?
At least a day.
Yeah, at least a day. So, Rowan, you touch down. Flick, you watch this creature fall to the ground.
Rowan, where is Leah?
He's back at the where we had been when we first showed up here. The door that they took us into to get inside the keep.
Alive?
He's alive. He's stable.
Yeah, we need to leave quickly. The boat, the larger one. If we can get both of them on that, if you can get both of them on that, since you can fly, I can get the chain down. I know where the capstan is. Escaping on the water that way may be the easiest way to at least put some distance between us.
I was thinking the same thing.
If you can
Would
get
we-
them to the boat, I can lower the chain.
You want to take the larger?
You-
Or do you
Yes,
want
but-
me to scare the shit out of the ones to get the smaller one?
I already promised them they could leave. I don't feel like going back on anything else today.
Gotcha. Alright, then I'm gonna immediately just book it towards Liam.
Okay. So you fly
Oh.
over towards Liam, and you find him still soaked to the bone, lying on the stone wall. He is breathing, but he is just lying there unconscious.
I'm gonna pick him up and take him over to the boat.
Okay. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. So you pick him up, and even if it took a little bit of time, you're able to pull him along with you over towards the boat, and I will move him for you here. Towards which boat?
The larger
big
one.
one.
The one that doesn't have people in it.
Yeah.
So as you get close to the boat, you do hear voices in there.
In the boat.
In the boat.
I'm sure you could scare them off as you are.
I'm going to land on the dock, put Liam down, and I'm going onto the boat. And when I see the people, I'm just gonna spread the wings and just think really hard that I want my eyes to glow even brighter. And just be like, I have no desire to hurt any of you. But this is not my time right now to mess with. And I'm giving you a chance to walk away. Otherwise, you will face my wrath. And I'm doing it like I'm just yelling this, like super angrily, trying to make myself look very intimidating.
Make a intimidation check.
$11.
You see two men that come out of the middle portion, and they hear this and see this, and One of them steps back a bit and eyes to the side within the area he just came out of. Says, "Hey, boss. Someone out here wants to take your boat." And you hear a chuckle from within. "Is that so?" And you hear him say, "I think I already know who these folks are. Go deal with them, Pike, would you?" And you see a short halfling come out, heavily armored. Step outside with a large war pick in hand. And he looks at you and smiles. "I was wondering when you lot were going to come to us. I heard you were on the way. Wasn't sure if I was going to get a chance to prove my worth towards you."
Guys?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it here. It's midnight, and I technically got work tomorrow.
Nope, that's actually probably a good stopping point.
Yeah, because, well, me and Liam are unconscious, so we can't add to anything anyway. If you guys want to get to a city, that's fine. I have to get some stuff done as well.
It might be a TPK here.
Oh. Y'all could just leave. That's also a thing. You can just leave.
Okay. Well, on that disappointing note.
Let's just fireball about
Get
setting
into
on fire.
all oceans.
All right, so we will pick this up in 2 weeks if everyone's still available. So September 4th.
Yep.
That's actually my birthday.
Okay.
Well,
Then we will figure out another day, if not the next Saturday or the one after, if we need to.
You guys open next Saturday or this coming Saturday?
I can't do the 11th. I can do the 28th.
I'm talking about August 28th.
I'm pretty sure I'm free.
Let me get back to you.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. All right, guys, you guys have a good night. You did really well. Sorry
for the survivors experience, just because it's the end of the day.
Oh yeah, no experience for me. All my experience goes towards you guys.
Yeah, experience. So 600 for the bugbears, 50 for the bandits, 450 for the war priest.
Oh my god.
Wave priests. 200 for the wave reavers, and another 450 for the fathomers.
Jesus.
Oh my.
Now that's split between all of you, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Hold on. Are we finding 3-way or 4-way?
4-way. You all get it, even if you were not with it. So 600. Wait. So 650.
If it's enough to level up, does it automatically wake them up?
Suddenly resurrected by level up.
Yeah, right? That's how that works, right?
So we'll say an even 500 for each of you.
I don't know.
$500 XP, and we will pick up next time. Possibly next Saturday, depending on what we hear back from people. All right.
So we're at 5,592, right, guys?
That's what I got.
That's what I have.
I don't know.
I'll
Tonight we ended with 6 natural ones, 4 natural 20s, 5 times Flick was called Kendra, 3 times Rowan was called Kendra, and 2 times that Flick was called Rowan.
Oh yeah.
I love it. I love the counter. Yes, that's our new thing. Also, 6 nat ones. Are you freaking kidding?
I was 3 of them.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Oh man.